Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the DM is making his way up to the hall. Can you please take your seat? As they enter, I'll request you to please stand up as they make their way to their table. Thank you. Let's please ensure that we fill up the chairs that are empty so that by the time we start, there's no too much movement. I thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few reminders. Those that have registered, we have sent to you the program so you can download it. And also we are live on Facebook. You can send the message and the summit can start trending. And we are also on YouTube under Accommodation, Accommodating Tomorrow, NSFAS. And also we have a Wi-Fi for those that want to connect. It is welcome to CUT at 2022. Capital letter W, numerical 2, capital letter C-U-T. Let me repeat, welcome to CUT at 2022. Capital letter W, numerical 2, capital letter C-U-T at 2022. And we also have 3 hashtags, hashtag NFSA Summit, hashtag Accommodating Tomorrow, hashtag NFSAS. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all stand up as the DM is making his way to his table and the entourage. I think we can all have a seat. Thank you so much. To kickstart the program of the day, we're gonna shoot straight to the polls. We want to first of all welcome all of you to this exciting summit that is happening here in Bloemfontein in this cold weather, but the excitement is still not dampening our spirits. And we'd like to say thank you last night, Bra Victor, for a successful event. And we want to say this is a continuation of what was happening last night. For those who attended last night, it is a great pleasure to stand here at this hour marking the 27th of June, 2022, because there was a lot of emphasis around dates last night. When you're making history, you don't realize. And today, it is one of those days that we should record in our hearts and in our minds that we are here to do something groundbreaking, true progressive leadership of what I saw last night, and many of us saw last night, something that is giving us a fresh perspective, a fresh future for our poor students that have been crying foul for a long time out there. And today we are coming here with a common purpose, because gathered here is a group of people that have a deep, deep care and interest in this subject. So I'm not going to waste time, because we want to spend a lot of time talking about the deliberations and what the host is wanting to achieve today. First of all, NFSAS wants to welcome you, the Executive Committee of NFSAS, to this exciting Accommodating Tomorrow Summit. And thank you very much for joining us. And we want to shoot straight to the program, as we are going to be very strict with time. We've got a timekeeper that is in front of us that is going to show us the card of how much time you are allocated. Last night we were entertained in a very special way. And I believe maybe today I won't push him to another song. I can see the blazer is talking volumes now. He's in his academia regalia. We want to open by bringing onto the stage Professor Alfred Ngowi, the Acting Vice Chancellor and the Principal of CUT, to give us opening and welcome, as this is his home. And sir, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Program Director. To the Deputy Minister, Honorable Buti Monamela, to the Chairperson of NSFAS Board, Mr. Cosa, the CEO of NSFAS, Mr. Andile Ndongoka, Vice Chancellors and Principals of universities who are present here, the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Nompelolo Mkachwa, principals of TVET colleges who are here, representatives from business and industry who are the center of our invitation today, government officials, senior officials from universities, members of media present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to welcome you to the inaugural Student Accommodation Summit. Firstly, let us celebrate that our country managed to lower the risk of the COVID pandemic to such an extent that most preventive measures have been lifted. We should thank all the citizens who participated in the vaccination drive and our government for mitigating the effect of the virus. We are all happy to be returning to some reconstructed normal. This inaugural Student Accommodation Summit is an epic moment in the history of the higher education sector in this country. We have all the stakeholders together with partners in one room here at the Central University of Technology, Free State, in order to shape the future of student accommodation. I take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of NSFAS, for granting CUT the privilege and the honor of hosting the summit that is taking place today and tomorrow. I request you to join CUT with a round of applause to our Deputy Minister and the Chair of NSFAS Board. If you can join me, please. We especially value the presence of the Deputy Minister, again, like I mentioned, and for the participation of everybody who is here. I applaud NSFAS for its sterling work to ensure that academically excellent and financially deserving students get access to higher education without hassle. And I would like you to especially commend NSFAS for keeping their promise. November last year, the CEO and the chairperson of NSFAS board visited CUT. We explained the problem which we have with our student accommodation. They promised that they'll make another visit in January this year. They did that. And we went to our welcome campus where they saw the different types of accommodation, especially the non-accredited accommodation. At that moment, the chairperson of NSFAS promised that something is going to take place. And today, we believe that is the honoring of that promise, that all the stakeholders of this industry are here in order to discuss how do we solve the problems which we encounter. We have seen how the fortunes of our young people in this country have changed through this scheme, a testament to what the Freedom Charter wanted to achieve, which is to open doors of education and culture, as well as to ensure that higher education and technical training shall be opened to all by means of state allowances and scholarships awarded on the basis of merit. But government alone cannot fulfill this responsibility. It is possible that government, together with the captains of industry, business, can hold hands to find sustainable solutions to the future of the young people. About 1.5 million rand was raised last year, and it needs all of us to have a role to play and contribute towards sustainable solution for the future of this young generation. Since its establishment, NSFAS has grown into an important intervention program that plays a crucial role in supporting education of young people from the disadvantaged backgrounds. It remains a beacon of hope for many young people who may not otherwise have an opportunity to realize their dreams. Over the years, the fund has helped so many young people across the country to gain access to higher education and achieve their goals of changing their lives, their families, and the communities. We look forward to your continued support. As a university, we actively participate in and contribute to the ongoing dialogue on sustainable development of the student accommodation. This summit and the fundraising dinner of last night present an opportunity for all of us to take stock of progress in achieving lasting solutions facing the student accommodation challenge. But most importantly, government's commitment towards building partnerships with business. We learned yesterday more resources are in private sector to assist with student accommodation. And it needs innovative ways of getting it into stream. We therefore support government's bold decision to expand the development of housing for students across the country. We know that proper accreditation of private accommodation remains a huge challenge for the universities. We look forward to finding ways that will set a foundation for costing of student accommodation. I'm sure that the next 2 days will be used effectively to ensure that we achieve the objective of this summit, that all stakeholders put their strengths in getting the solution to student accommodation in a sustainable way. With that one, welcome again to CUT, and I wish you a successful summit. Thank you very much.
Wow, I'm so impressed, Professor. You kept your time. And I think one of us in the room will remember the pain of not having accommodation. During my time, sasisithi kukusquatter. And there will always be that friction in the room. And you don't know where or how it starts, but it is there, and it affects your studies. And you know exactly how it feels to be given that key, to have your own room after squatting, the freedom in your head, that liberating feeling. So we are now marching towards that freedom that is inevitable. It is groundbreaking. It is an excitement, especially for our young people that are frustrated by this factor. Thank you so much, Professor. The next speaker is going to give us the purpose of the summit. Mr. Ernest Cosa, who is the board chairperson of NSFAS. And yesterday, we saw during his speech the demonstration of intergeneration conversation when he called upon the two presidents to come and join him on stage. And for me, that was a clear showcasing of a friendship or a partnership, a youth now that is no longer afraid of boardroom, a youth now that is engaging, that is talking, and they were wearing suits. In my time, student leadership used to wear t-shirts, you know, those black and yellow, green colors. But yesterday, they were wearing their three-piece, and it was a good picture. Thank you, Chair. And you have 15 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. The Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Honorable Buti Manamela, the advisor to the Minister, Mr. Ngaba, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Mkanjwa, I can see you there to my left, the Director General of our department, Dr. Sishi, the Chair and Principal of CUT, other VCs of universities, principals of colleges, DVCs of universities, present here funding institutions. I noticed that we have the best team from the DBSA here. I saw Mr. Ben Mhlongo, Executive Director, responsible for local government and social housing, and his team. I heard we have got conventional banking institutions here as well, the FNB in particular, leaders of student organizations, my colleagues from the board. Good morning. Good morning. I arrived an hour before the program was scheduled to start, and I had a wonderful opportunity interacting with some of the participants who arrived late, and I got a very good sense of the profile of attendance that we're having at this conference. I realized some travel from as far as Mafikeng, as far as Poch, some from the Eastern Cape, and most of the attendants that we're having here have got direct dealings with matters of student accommodation. Some deal with student accommodation from their positions as university administrators, others as owners of accommodation. And what pleased me even more, Deputy Minister, was to see the number of women entrepreneurs that we have in our midst today dealing with student accommodation. I want us to put our hands together for the diversity and for women entrepreneurs. Those who were with us yesterday for the dinner shared with us a very exciting moment when we were to raise 1.5 million rands, and I took note of where the funds came from, and DM, a good portion of the funds came from men and not from women. So I was asking myself, what does that mean? How do I see a dichotomy between the fact that we have so many women attending today, and it's not in tandem with the contributions that we got yesterday? And maybe what it means is that many of our women are new entrants into business, and that we should strengthen our hands in supporting them. Thank you so much for attending. I'm here to talk to the purpose of this summit, and I'll go straight to the point. So the purpose is twofold. The first purpose is to reassert the decision espoused several times by the minister. He did that yesterday as well, that the state is going to intervene in the vexing issue of student accommodation. The second purpose will be to engage with stakeholders, listen to inputs, get more ideas on how best challenges and pitfalls can be addressed, and on how best certain problems can be averted. Now, what is not up for discussion in this summit is the decision that an intervention is being made by the state through its entities, one of which is NSFAS, to address the vexing question of student accommodation. Now, with one leg in the private sector and the other in the public sector, I've got a very good idea what questions serious investors will have on whether they should invest in student accommodation or not. And yesterday, those who joined us for dinner, you will have realized that I requested the DG to stand up. I advised colleagues from the board to stand up shortly after the DG, and I then, on behalf of the board, instructed management to stand up. And the message that we were communicating was simple, loud and clear, that there is no different views in the whole chain of government on the need for intervention on this vexing issue of student accommodation. NSFAS and the shareholder are at one on the need and the agency at which we need to deal with the vexing issue of student accommodation. We don't need to go into the problems. Most of them will be well known to those of you who are working at universities dealing directly with student accommodation, and I saw so many of you. I haven't seen a university that is not represented here today. And if I were just to go through them quickly, they are, among others, as follows. The reality that we don't have sufficient base to accommodate students at our institutions of higher learning is well known to all of us. Even more concerning is the fact that some institutions, in particular TVET institutions, do not even have own accommodation. Vice Chancellor of CUT, if I were to go back to my mental records, CUT has a deficit of about 12,000 beds or somewhere thereabout. I can see the chair nodding. WUSU needs about 16,000 beds. I can go on and on. And there are instances where the state of both private institutions owned accommodation is not conducive for student accommodation and learning. And we have seen this at many institutions. The other problem that should be well known to us is that there's no uniformity in the cost structure of university-owned accommodation. And the student leadership raised this again and again to us in our consultations with them and in our consultations with various institutions. NSFAS pays private accommodation on the basis of the highest cost of accommodation for institutions, and you'll know the accompanying problems to these principles. NSFAS pays students a cash allowance for private accommodation. In some cases, students then typically sign contracts with more expensive private accommodation providers and in turn move out when allowances are paid to maximize on the cash. The minister harped on this string yesterday. And sometimes students merely do not pay their accommodation providers, leading into litigation and leading into bad blood between accommodation providers and all other stakeholders. The private accommodation providers accreditation process is done by institutions, and this is fraught with inconsistencies, and it is susceptible to fraud and corruption, whilst other institutions do not have the capacity for this accreditation process. There are inconsistencies in the private accommodation allowance provided by university students compared to the TVET college students. While private accommodation providers do not distinguish where the students study and stay, and when conditions do not distinguish on where students and stay. So there are so many problems which need to be addressed. Our statistics will indicate the following: that we spend a significant amount of money on student accommodation. The minister, in his very eloquent speech, indicated yesterday that we've been spending on the average more than 11 billion rands on accommodation. And that is no small amount of money. No other institution, not in the African continent, spend that kind of money on student accommodation. As a matter of fact, if you look at models of other funding organizations the world over, you don't have a situation where the state has got the generosity of even considering accommodation as part of its grant regime. There are a lot of disparities of the amount paid for accommodation between individual institutions at both the university and TVET sector. An outstanding example in this case will be that of institutions of higher learning in the Western Cape. If you look at what UWC charges per annum for accommodation, and just once again resorting to my mental statistics, it's about 32,000 rands or so per annum for the University of the Western Cape. If you cross the winelands and go to Stellenbosch, accommodation goes up to about 100,000 rands. It's a different story with UCT. So there are very, very, very outstanding disparities that have got to be addressed. Now, these disparities, if I were to talk to those of you who are developers in the property industry who are here, or to reassess your investment interests. These disparities have got a bearing on your choices on which institutions will you be keen to collaborate with to provide accommodation. So this problem has got to be addressed. There are also significant disparities between university accommodation and TVET accommodation, a matter that student leaders also raised on several occasions. There are significant disparities again between private accommodation allowances at an institution level and between TVET and universities. There are instances where allowances paid by NSFAS for student accommodation are used for purposes other than what is intended for and authorized. And based on these issues, the NSFAS board, with the concurrence of the minister and our department, took a decision to play a proactive role in student accommodation for NSFAS funded students to ensure that there is value for money through standardizing the cost and paying for the actual benefit to students by grading student accommodation, thus paying a standard rate based on the grading of accommodation. That there's a clear policy directive on how NSFAS funds and accredits student accommodation for both institutional residences and private accommodation. A system that has both electronic and processes elements to manage student accommodation, and this will be a system that will identify, accredit, and grade based for student accommodation. Consider public-private partnership with a view to growing number of available beds for students while keeping the cost of accommodation low. Organizing private accommodation providers, working with sitters, and I saw we have a number of sitters yesterday, and I've got no doubt they are in our midst today, and training the small to medium providers on managing student accommodation and on applicable norms and standards. Paying private accommodation providers directly to ensure that the providers can be held accountable by NSFAS and to allow students to focus on studies and to ensure that they are accommodated in conducive accommodation. Implementing credible reconciliation and verification systems and processes to ensure that the allowances paid match expenditure and that the expenditure is indeed on student accommodation. I am so elated that we have got big funding institutions in our midst, that we've got the conventional banking sector in our midst. And I hope and believe that one of the outcomes of this summit will be better collaboration among all stakeholders to address the challenge of student accommodation in our country, and that we completely, in the years ahead, resolve all problems associated with the lack of student accommodation in the country. Starting here at CUT, where early this year, students were building some shanty structures in the university sports ground to protest against the lack of student accommodation, where in our visit last year, Chair, we saw students staying in caravans in areas where they had no Wi-Fi, in areas where there was no running water. I want to thank all of you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. You took my program. My document is with you. There was no favoritism there. He was on the airtime of the previous speaker. He took a very, very short time to the time he was allocated. Moving along, thank you so much, Chairman. And I think for reflecting from yesterday, there was a sense of collaboration. When you see your leaders working together, you can feel in the room that there was cooperation from all various stakeholders that are part of this thing. It did not just happen, and there was no pretense. Everyone knew that it was a day of jubilation, that we are almost here now. What is left is to hear what the people are going to say on how do we arrive at this. As I'm saying, it was so exciting to see something that is not ticking the box, but a boat that has left its shore. After that, we're going to call to the podium the keynote address by the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Science and Innovation, Mr. Puti Manamela. Umhlekazi simnika 30 minutes, and we are very strict, and I think he has seen that flashing board. You cannot ignore it. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thank you, Program Director. I was asking the DG and the people with me there on the table, because I see you have a gentleman there with a guide in terms of time. So my question was, so if the chair of the NSFAS doesn't stop at the 2 minutes, what will you do? Because he's the one who called all of us here to come, and so he has the right to almost speak for as long as he can. But thank you very much, Program Director. I promise you that I won't speak any longer than the time allocated to me, probably multiplied by 2 or 3, but I'll be. Let me firstly extend greetings to the Vice Chancellor and Principal of CUT, Professor Alfred Ngowi, Chairperson of the NSFAS Board, Mr. Ernest Cosa, together with the CEO of the NSFAS, Mr. Andile Nonkoko, the different Vice Chancellors who are here part of this summit, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Ms. Nompendulo Kachwa, the our Director General and the Deputy Directors General who are here, led by Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, the SRC leadership and the student leadership that's here as part of this summit. It is, of course, a great honor for me to be part of this very important summit on student accommodation. But before I get into the details as it relates to student accommodation in particular, I firstly, both Chairperson and CEO of the NSFAS, want to express, I think, the confidence that many within the post-school education and training sector has shown to the leadership that you have both provided at the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. Now, some couple of years ago, at the beginning of each academic year, we would experience challenges in almost all of our institutions without exception. And in fact, all of these challenges heightened in 2018, even in quarters we didn't expect. In institutions, we ordinarily expected things to be running smoothly. And at the core of the challenges that students were raising were mostly around the services that are supposed to be provided by the NSFAS. And yes, there are still those instances where students are not paid their allowances on time. There are still those instances where engagements and communication between the NSFAS, the university or TVET college management and the students, that they are cross lines and they probably do not get their money on time. But those incidents have become even fewer. And I don't think we should underestimate the extent of the impact that the National Student Financial Aid Scheme has made to most households, to most families, to most individual students, to ensure that they ultimately complete their academic programs on time. And we believe that we, in time, will have an almost perfect system wherein every student would not worry whether they'll be paid their student allowances or not. And I think both the leadership of the chair and the CEO and the senior managers at the NSFAS should really be commended for the work that they've done. And of course, it's as a result of investment into a whole range of areas, including human resource, technology, and all of that. And we hope that this becomes even much more improved. The NSFAS is very central to our efforts as the Department of making our institutions of higher learning accessible to young people from poor and disadvantaged backgrounds and enabling them to achieve the highest academic outcomes possible. And as part of its mandate, the NSFAS is required to enable government to respond creatively to the existing student-related challenges in our post-school education and training landscape. More importantly, we also rely on the leadership of the NSFAS to strengthen government's response to the challenges and complexities in our country's post-school education and training landscape. And I'm very certain that over the past 20 years, the issue of student accommodation and the quality thereof has featured quite prominently amongst the demands of the students during the engagements with the management of our institution. In fact, the very same institution that we hear has obviously had similar challenges. I have personally met with the student leadership of CUT on some of the challenges that they've been confronted with, and have actively urged the university leadership to ensure that they work together with the student leadership to resolve those issues. And we've also got the NSFAS to come in and assist where it is possible. And in fact, it continues that the challenge of student accommodation continues to this day to be part of the challenges that we're broadly confronted with, particularly as it relates to the important issue of student safety in residence where they are publicly or privately owned. As in 2010, enrollment in our residential university system rose to 535,000 and to 538,000 in 2011, signifying a growth rate of 2%, and the number of beds available at residential universities in 2010 totaled 107,000, or 20% of the total enrollment. It was anticipated that by 2013, the situation would translate to a shortage of 207,800 beds. And in response to this and related challenges, a minister appointed a ministerial committee to review the provisions of student accommodation at our universities and to benchmark South African universities against each other, as well as against institutions operating in similar environments. This committee was requested to undertake research to determine the real need for student accommodation across all our public universities to access the various models of provision already in the system and to make recommendations on how to improve this situation. And as the outcome of this committee, they made a whole lot of recommendations, including the following: that there's a need for each institution to develop a comprehensive residence admissions and allocations policies. And we know that in some instances, in the past, but we're seeing changes that are being effected in this regard recently, that in some instances, covertly, certain institutions used criteria which were against the Constitution to exclude certain communities from residing in residences. And therefore, policies in terms of admissions of residents should treat each and every student equal and regard those students who are from previously disadvantaged communities to be a matter of priority in their accommodation. Secondly, the need for institutions to develop well thought out private-public student housing models and partnerships. Thirdly, the need for institutions to develop clear policies for residence management and administration, and the need for institutions to develop clear policies and guidelines in the financing of student housing and funding of student accommodation, and that the need for institutions to develop policies and guidelines for the maintenance of residence infrastructure, and more importantly, as it relates to future planning, the need for institutions to, amongst others, develop a multi-year strategic plan which will include a financial plan for residence maintenance and for refurbishment. More recently, and in response to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, our minister also published a national framework for tuition and accommodation fees for the 2020 academic year. And the purpose of the framework was to prescribe temporary payment and cash flow measures which were necessary to alleviate, contain, and minimize the effects of the COVID-19 threat to the public higher education sector. They included paying NSFAS allowances to students, particularly the allowance for living and accommodation expenses. Fortunately, the majority of students, in our view, have used these allowances appropriately for what they were meant for. But we think, and as the minister said yesterday, that we have to encourage students to use allowances that are received from NSFAS for exactly that purpose, and that the intention is not for luxuries. The intention is to ensure that they aid in your learning and teaching so that you're able to complete your academic programs. If there's an allowance for textbooks, they have to go towards textbooks. If there's an allowance for accommodation, they have to go towards student accommodation. We've had complaints from students about the quality and squalor within which some of them were living in. And upon further investigation, engaging with the landlords and everyone else, we found out that some of the students are taking the allowance from the NSFAS and opting for accommodation that is cheaper so that they can pocket the difference. And that accommodation is an important instrument to ensure that you ultimately complete your academic program. If you stay in an environment which obviously do not have the facilities that will help you to cope with the challenges of the post-school education and training system, there is no way that you're going to be able to pass. Yes, many of us, when we went to universities and TVET colleges, made do with whatever we can find in and around the campuses. But the reason why now there are these interventions is to ensure that life becomes better for students of this generation. And we think that it is therefore upon students to ensure that they act responsibly as it relates to all of those allowances. But secondly, the payment of university-managed accommodation fees for the 2020 and 2021 academic year. So those resources were paid directly to all the universities so that we do not see a situation wherein staff is retrenched, the accommodation itself is not maintained, and all the other challenges that needed to be averted. But thirdly, as part of this intervention during COVID-19 was the payment of accommodation fees for those living in private accommodation, both university leased and individually leased accommodation, and also the payment of tuition. So this framework also provided a directive to officials of public higher education institutions to disseminate information and all measures for implementation to alleviate and contain the effects of the COVID-19 threat. And they went a long way in assisting the to alleviate the financial strain on institutions, the NSFAS, private fee-paying individuals, and private accommodation providers, recognizing that COVID-19 pandemic affects all of us in different ways. And so, as part of the report that was published by the Ministerial Review Committee on Student Accommodation, our post-school education and training sector, we believe, has grown significantly, and as of 2019, we're 503. As at 2019, the sector has grown quite significantly, particularly as it relates to the demand for student accommodation. There are 26 public higher education institutions, 131 higher education institutions, 50 technical and vocational education and training TVET colleges, 287 registered private colleges, and 9 community education and training colleges, which makes out to 503 institutions constituting the post-school education and training sector. And this is huge if you think about it. And in terms of student enrollment, over 1.2 million students enrolled at public and private higher education institutions in 2019, with the majority of enrollments in public higher education institutions at more than 1 million, while private higher education institutions enrolled 208,000 students. And our target for the National Development Plan is at 1.6 million enrollments by 2030. The majority of students who are in our public higher education institutions are enrolled through the contact mode, which is 704,000, while 370,000 are enrolled through distant mode of learning. But even these ones who are involved in distance education requires, as they demand, I think we've had the students from the University of South Africa demanding that they too should be given student accommodation or some form of accommodation allowance. This number reflects a count of students enrolled in each enrollment cycle, and there are about 6 enrollment cycles at TVET colleges. The National Development Plan indicates that the headcount enrollment in TVET colleges should be at 2.5 million by 2030. Now, this imposes an even bigger challenge, given that some of the TVET colleges, as the chair indicated, do not themselves have accommodation infrastructure. In 2019, there were 171,000 students enrolled in our community education and training colleges. And the target for enrollment in this sector is 1 million students by 2030. In the private college sector, 151,000 students enrolled by 2019. Now, I'm saying this in order to illustrate not only what the current situation is, but what our projection and vision is in terms of this post-school education and training sector, and therefore to illustrate the demand as it relates to accommodation infrastructure. And of course, there has been extensive discussion around blended learning, which would help us alleviate the whole issue of accommodation and infrastructure. But we think that that's the picture which this summit will be confronted with, just to have a sense of what the problem is and why it is important that we are engaged with. So it's quite exciting that we have all of you under one room to look at the progress that we've made since the different research, the different studies that were made some few years ago, I think actually 10 or so years ago, the progress that we've made in terms of addressing the shortfall at the time, but also to look at the kind of contribution and solutions that we can come up with in order to deal with the problem of student accommodation. The NSFAS chair, board chair, has committed all of you that by the end of the summit we will have a blueprint wherein we will finally deal with the problems of student accommodation. And he has all our support, and we believe that it is possible that we can have an almost perfect system wherein all students stay in accommodation that is conducive for learning, that is safe, and that will allow them to graduate alive. In conclusion, Chair, this summit, a summit such as this one, is the appropriate platform to assess how far our institutions of learning have gone in implementing the recommendations of the Ministerial Review Committee on Student Housing and the recent framework as announced by the Minister. It also pleases me to note that some of the recommendations emanating from the report of the Ministerial Committee form part of the discussion themes of your breakaway summit that will take place sometime in the course of the conference. And I wish you robust deliberations, and may the outcome of your deliberations produce concrete actions that will enable us to address some of the key challenges associated with student accommodation in our country. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow, Minister. I think there's a competition between you and Professor Ngowi with timekeeping. And we now have some extra minutes for another speaker. That I was a bit worried, but not you, Mbesh. You are going to get 5 minutes. As a young, fresh woman, you cannot fail to deliver on that. You are robust. You have a DNA in you that sticks to time, to 5 minutes. And with those words, I think also I just want to make a comment on the position paper, Minister. When I read it, there was a sense of calm because it talks to one of the things that I feel very passionate about, which is the rural development. And when I looked at the consideration the position paper has on the rural owners, property owners, I felt that this position paper was done with a very much consideration for everybody. So I want to commend whoever made inputs to it to say it is very comforting to know that we are gathered in this room for something that is not selfish, but something that is very, very progressive and inclusive. And next speaker is going to be a message of support. Message of support is not a long speech. It's very, by its nature, it's straight to the point, and it's congratulatory, and all of that. It's going to come from the PCHET chairperson, Ms. Nompendulo Mkhatshwa, who is our youngest member of parliament, and I think most of the people in this room are very much keen to hear from a young person in the room who is so progressive in her path. So let us welcome Nompendulo Mkhatshwa to the stage. Aibo, more than that.
Greetings, colleagues. Thank you very much. Program Director, all protocols observed. I think, DM, like you said, if you are given a short amount of time to speak in plenary, you leave out all the greetings, and opposition usually has to try and manage their time. Of course, as the majority party, we usually speak a bit more. But also what usually happens in plenary when we debate is that, so before I was the chair of the committee, I was the whip to the committee. So the responsibility of a whip would be to also manage time between the various speakers from their party. So the DM was given 30 minutes to speak this morning. He said he won't use those 30 minutes, and therefore he's reallocated that time for myself and the DG to speak, because there's no ways that the DG of Higher Education and the chair of the Portfolio Committee can speak for 5 minutes, colleagues. Minister cautioned me last night before he left that I should not attempt to conduct oversight while I am here. I was told, CEO, maybe to relieve your anxieties that I must, allow myself to be a participant. But Chair of Council, I must reassure you that I will observe the infrastructure of your institutions. I will engage with your students. And if I see that there may be a need for us to call you back to the committee, we will do so. Because the oversight cannot be timed, colleagues. But we are really grateful to the institution for having us here. Colleagues, I won't dwell much on the concerns that we have and the problems that the sector is faced with in terms of issues relating to student accommodation. I think we're all really abreast with them. What for me as a chair of a committee, considering the exigency of the myriad of matters that plague our sector in relation to student accommodation, I think Minister really articulated well the importance of student accommodation for the livelihood of young people across the country. For me, noting this exigency, it means that what we really need to focus on in this particular summit, in ensuring that we do not waste the limited resources of NSFAS, because I know the CEO will tell us that they don't have enough budget to even run themselves. And we note that as a committee, and we are a motive force to yourself to calling for an increased budget for NSFAS to be able to operate. But we cannot waste, colleagues, the time that we've all taken to be here to lament on the issues, but rather really spend some time to focus on what ought to be done. And I think there's a great enough pool of us in the room to put our minds together to ensure that we do this. Colleagues, NSFAS has made an analysis of the challenges that currently face us in terms of student accommodation, and they've done this through consultation with various stakeholders, and have also put forth recommendations. And I think it would be very important, CEO, that some of the recommendations that you're putting forth, you articulate very clearly to the summit, so that we can interact with them and see how we build to this foundation that you have already created. I think it is legitimate, colleagues, that NSFAS would have a concern to follow the money. I think that's what you're trying to do, Chair Cosa. You're trying to follow the money. If we as government are investing the amount of money we are investing on infrastructure development, investing the amount of money we are investing to fund tuition, to fund accommodation, to increase and ensure access to education as articulated in the Freedom Charter, then we need to make sure that this investment will create the fruits or bear the fruits that we want to see in ensuring the self-liberation of our people, for them to be able to change the livelihoods of the communities they belong to, in addressing the injustices and inequities deeply entrenched within the apartheid and colonial systems of our country. So that is why it is important, colleagues, for student accommodation, for NSFAS rather, to want to follow the money. These investments that they are making on student accommodation, are they bearing fruits to what NSFAS is meant to do in ensuring access to education? And so I want to then speak a little bit more about moving away from a fixation or an appreciation of access to education to solely the funding of tuition. And move it a bit further to say, let's move it away from a fixation around what DG really, I think, is concerned with in our articulation when we say we have X amount additional beds, we plan for X amount additional beds. I don't think student accommodation solely speaks to beds. Umbhede la ingane ilala khona. Don't think that, because in a cottage you will have a bed, in your institutional res you'll have a bed, in your private accommodation you'll have a bed, in your back room in Toyando or Univen or in Unizulu you'll have a bed. But does that bed translate to the success and conducive environment that we want to have the young person experience? No. I want to further argue that student accommodation and the success of it does also not solely speak to ensuring that there's Wi-Fi or a desk. I want to say, how do we move the conversation away from the infrastructure, solely the infrastructure issues, but also to the culture and institutional functionality of student accommodation, both institutional and private? The difference between how a South Point is managed, I don't know where student leaders are sitting, presidents of South and Nfsa. I'm not wearing my glasses. Our colleagues here, or were they jackadularing last night? And therefore, we could not wake up. But my experience as a student was that, and I lived in South Point in my first year in 2012. But by the time I left Res as a senior student, I wanted to be on campus residence, institutional residence. Because I realized in my first year that these ones who go to Jubilee Hall, Men's Res Hall, they have so much support. They have tutors, they have peer counselors, there's systems put in place to ensure their success. Are we able to regulate that type of support in private accommodation? DG, if you are formulating norms and standards, or a policy on norms and standards to try and address some of these issues, yes, I agree, let's focus on the infrastructure because that is fundamental, but can an element of it also look into the culture of student accommodation? The type of orientation that young people will experience in an institutional residence, and maybe there might even be a difference between how it unfolds at the University of Stellenbosch, bad example, at the University maybe of the Witwatersrand, vis-a-vis Unizulu, for example. The orientation there could be a bit different. But I really believe that that is the type of conversations we also need to have that speaks to the softer issues that exist within the space. Okay, so I'm done with my 5 minutes you had given me. Now I'm on DM's 5 minutes, noted. Right. So those are the type of issues that I'd like to speak to DG in asserting your concern to say student accommodation is not solely a bed. Student accommodation, colleagues, also means that on issues of maintenance, we need to have standards and policies regulated across the sector. Because, and I'm going to be so unpopular to young people, but must go to any in June, young people, masina makaya. But when I say this, the chair of council says, abanye abanawa makaya. So, Goduga in June, you are subjecting them to an experience that they thought they were running away from when they went to school. But the truth is that then, how do we manage those politics and those dynamics, those lived realities, those socio-economic collisions in our communities, but still appreciate the fact that a res must be maintained, there must be renovations that take place during June, fumigation, fixing, so that when students come back, that bed that was maybe not looking so good is fixed, that whatever was falling off is fixed, so that contributes to a conducive environment for teaching and learning. I also think that when we discuss student accommodation, yes, we've ensured that students are present and they are saying, this is how I want to experience a conducive environment for myself when I'm at res. But I also think we need to ensure that we include academics who are the ones who are setting the curricula to say, what environment do you think your student who is going through this curricula that you have set should be in when they are doing what you have tasked them to do? So I think we also need to look at it in that particular approach. But my main point, DG, was to say that indeed student accommodation is not solely a bed. I then want to say that yes, of course, I've spoken to the fact that, colleagues have outlined the concerns and they have recommendations, and I really think we must engage on that particular foundation that you have created. And we really, as a committee, appreciate some of the recommendations that you're bringing forth around grading student accommodation, having a vetting system, and the innovative thinking that's coming across from NSFAS around an electronic platform to identify, accredit, and grade beds for student accommodation. Speaking to how we should pay and deal with the payment of for student accommodation. Should it be going to students? Should it be going to the institution? And NSFAS being concerned with the trickle, I almost feel like NSFAS feels like it's too far from what they are investing money in. So I think in terms of your recommendations, colleagues, we really think some of them are really sound and founded. I've noted I have 2 minutes left. I also think it would be very important for us, CO, to create a platform for yourselves as a committee to engage with other stakeholders. I'm of the view that you cannot build institutions of higher learning as castles, kingdoms, existing in isolation to the communities that they find themselves located within. At Wits University, if you give a student additional funding for accommodation, they have that institution has the surrounding infrastructural support to allow for the student to maybe go rent out a cottage in Parkhurst, Parkview, Malville, Orange Grove, yes. And how will they get there? There's a Rea Vaya. If they have to walk, there's street lighting. City of Joburg, the lights are off, not because there's no light, but I don't know, the lights are off, but there is a light, and there is infrastructure. You go to UniZulu, you go to Univen, you give the same student the money. They will go look for accommodation. It will most probably be called a back room, a garage, not a cottage, not a flatlet, like at Wits or at UJ. The journey of the student from campus to that particular back room might be dark because there's no lights in that particular, in Toyando. There might not be, there is no Rea Vaya. There's probably Amaphela. Those of you abaphume lokishini zoyazi phela ukuthi yini. And how do we then ensure the safety of that young person moving from campus to that particular space? That for me, DG, says we can't have that conversation alone as higher education and the entities that are here. It means that we need to get our cities involved, our local municipalities, our metros involved, our mayors involved. It says to me we need to get human settlements involved because they are giving people grants to build accommodation for students. It says to me we need to get public works involved because if there is abandoned infrastructure, it means that we need to repurpose that infrastructure for an important need such as this one. It means to me that we need to look into engaging with colleagues like Dr. Khosie and Suramakhopa, who are responsible for developing infrastructure in the presidency and so forth. It says to me that a conversation around student accommodation cannot be a conversation that is had solely as the sector on higher education, science and innovation, higher education, actually science and innovation. Those colleagues should be assisting us in addressing these particular concerns. It says to me, as a committee, we have a greater role to play in supporting NSFAS, in supporting the department, in supporting the sector at large. Institutions, don't be scared when the committee wants to come. Vice chancellors and chairs of council, we come in good faith. We are not coming to say, hey, everything is bad. We're coming to say, how do we support you? How do we strengthen the work that you do so that we collectively as a sector can meet the mandate that we have been tasked with to ensure access and success to higher education, in changing the lived realities of our citizens, in ensuring that young people of this country can contribute to the development, sustainable development and growth of our country and our economy. Thank you so much, colleagues. We look forward to engaging and remaining with you throughout the entire summit. We will be here. We'll be here to learn. We'll be here to take umpago. We'll be here to sit throughout the various meeting rooms that are here. We're not going to just hit and run. Colleagues, we are here to create sustainable change together with yourselves. And CEO, there was no ways we could have done justice to this conversation, but we really hope that through the various meeting rooms that will be hosted, we will be able to make great inputs to that. Thank you so much, and we wish NSFAS and the entire sector a successful summit going ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nombendulo Mkachwa. You threw in there some solutions as well. You have given a different perspective as well, and some solutions came through. Thank you for that. And up next is going to be another airtime that will have to be thrown in. DG, we can't give you 5 minutes for a fact, because I believe CEO has instructed me to give you an extra 5 from Deputy Minister's time, so you are privy to that. So let us welcome the Higher Education Framework on Student Accommodation talk by Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, our DG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our program director, Ms. Baba Luaupa, and your guidance assists us. Thank you very much. I'm sure we all will do our best to stay within the time that's allocated, and we understand why. I'm truly delighted to be with you, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to take this moment to recognize and acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Minister, who has also added a dimension that is crucial in the speech that was presented by our Minister last night. And I think that the two contributions by the executive authority of our department provide us clear guidelines and a strategic direction going forward. And I trust that this will inform our conversations that are much more specific about the problems that we are confronted with. Deputy Minister, thank you very much for this, and we shall take heed of your guidance and your leadership in this regard. There are members of parliament and chairs of committees. In particular, allow me to recognize the chair of the portfolio committee, who equally has provided us very clear guidelines and contribution, clearly also drawing from her own experience, as a former student leader. And I think we will have to take advantage of this. At some point, I was sharing with the colleagues sitting on that table, and I was saying, after a number of years, when we look around these tables, ladies and gentlemen, and we say that we came here and we had a problem of student accommodation, and we look at the quality of leadership that is in here, it would be travesty that history will then say we failed to actually provide South Africa with decent solutions in this problem. And therefore, we have no option other than to find the solutions of the problems that we are confronted with. And as a department, I trust that our contribution since last night, particularly the presentation by our minister and the deputy minister today, provide that direction. I think my task, therefore, becomes easier because I need to just point to some frameworks within the department that will assist to guide this process going forward. And I'm not alone. I'm with the Deputy Directors General of the department who are with me here, who are also going to be, with the teams, with the conversations, making contribution, making information that is required available, and so forth. So I think that that clarifies the modus operandi for the department in this regard. There are very important people that I wish to acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, and I think yesterday I have to say that the presence of our premier lended us, the dignity that we need, and actually defined the manner in which we must engage on these issues. And I think the values that flow from being hosted by, the Premier of our province and those who support the office of the Premier who were here yesterday, it actually defines the parameters within which a conversation of this nature must be, engaged upon. I think it's very important. We also equally appreciate the fact that we are the Chancellor of the university here with us as well. And I think in her absentia, I do need Chair of Council to acknowledge this and request you to please pass on behalf of our Minister, our Deputy Minister is here, our appreciation for the support that we have from this university and the leadership that you have. Notwithstanding the challenges that all of us have, but I think we stand firmly and behind the university in trying to resolve such problems. And I think we appreciated your warm welcome, Chair, Mr. Ranso, yesterday and today, and we're looking forward to further engaging with you, including engaging the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ngowi. And we wish you well, and thank you very much for hosting us. We have with us the advisor to the minister, besides the chairperson of the committee, the whip of our committee, Honorable Tibulelo Mahlatsi, who also was here with us yesterday, the principals of our institutions, including vice chancellors of all of our universities and deputy vice chancellors that are here with us today, CEOs of institutions, the chairperson of NSFAS, Mr. Ernest Cosa, and board members of NSFAS, the CEO of NSFAS, the group CEO of the South African Broadcasting Corporation. It's really, really, we are lended this support by the variety of stakeholders, and we appreciate this. CEO of USEF, Professor Bauer, industry leaders, and student leadership that is present, particularly student leadership. South leader, Ms. Yandi Sanzoia, Safetsa, Mrs. Pure Kumalu's here. Let me state broadly, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank you for your contribution and in anticipation of the engagements that we are about to embark upon. Ladies and gentlemen, an analysis of recent infrastructure cycle reports shows that equitable distribution of funds amongst our universities and other PSET institutions is being realized and advanced as envisaged by the architects of our Higher Education Act 1997. Almost all historically disadvantaged universities, and I'm not going to mention the universities, but I think all of our universities received more than 1.2 billion in the past 5 IEG cycles. And I think it's important to realize this, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, because when we are confronted with the type of problems that we have, people forget, what the state has done to ensure that we deal with the problems that we are confronted with. 1.2 billion in the past 5 IEG years. There are currently, as we speak, Chair, 76 student housing projects that are underway. And I think it's also important to take this into account. The total funding allocation to these projects amount to close to 4.5 billion. And from the total of 4.5 billion, 56% of that went to 8 institutions under the Sibusiso Pengu development program. And I think this also, is key, and I think it's important that we mention this so that it frames the conversations going forward. These universities constitute 31% of the total number of public universities in our country. And I think this is really, really important. In 2020, NSFAS spent about 11.7 billion on student accommodation, up from 9.3 billion the year before, that is 2019. And therefore, over 400,000 students benefited from these interventions. We are very proud that government has made resources available to ensure that our learners learn in improved learning conditions. However, ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, 20 years into our democracy, we continue to lament that there are significant disparities on the amount paid for accommodation between individual institutions and between universities and TVET and the TVET sector. The average rate per student at universities ranges from 16,000 to 68,000 per annum. Yet, the average rate for TVET colleges is between 11,000 to 36,000. I think it's important for us to begin to engage on all of these issues that, and I think in the presentation by the chair of the Portfolio Committee, it was very clear what our direction is, and our determination is to ensuring that this is addressed. The 2020 data also suggests that student rates at historically advantaged institutions, and these institutions will include Wits University, University of Pretoria, UCT, lies above 60,000 rate. And I think if you look at that, you can actually see what this particular summit is confronted with in terms of ensuring that not only are we fair in the manner in which we distribute the resources, but we align ourselves with White Paper 1 and 3 that deals with the transformation of the education landscape. And I think it's important to do this. Also read that in conjunction with the PSET plan, that begins to indicate what our targets, in dealing with all of these issues going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, you will recall that the report on the Ministerial Committee for the Review of the Provision of Student Housing, of which our Deputy Minister in his address, drew from, established that the accommodation of students is broader than mere the provision of beds. And therefore, Honorable Mkhatshwa, what you have stated in this platform, it's actually a matter of policy, which therefore means from the point when we deviated from that policy to this point, the issues for the Director General of the department is not only to redirect the conversation, but to also hold people accountable in respect of ensuring that we account for each and every cent of the taxpayer that we use to fund student accommodation, and we have to stick to the policies that are in place that guides us in doing so, and we are going to work with you to do this. We've got teams hear from the department that will assist to point to these issues because we want to work with you and we will work with you in ensuring that we overcome the challenges that we are confronted with. We thus therefore recommend that the summit, particularly under the leadership of NSFAS, and planned research on the availability of beds should rather incorporate the full ecosystem of student living. And I think this is actually the key message coming from this platform, supporting the voice of the chair of the Portfolio Committee and confirming to the chair of the Portfolio Committee that actually the directive of our parliament and oversight, is not outside of the policy provisions that are in place. And therefore our responsibility is to ensure that these ecosystems that are aligned to student accommodations are indeed looked into. 20 years into our democracy, we observe that self-regulation by universities in student housing has not been entirely adequate. We thus support the accreditation mechanism that are transparent to all and commend NSFAS for its decision to grade accommodation and develop an accreditation system in consultation with the stakeholders. And I think this is really crucial, and I think with the wisdom of our stakeholders that is here, we certainly are going to emerge with much more specific solutions that are pointed towards the areas that still present a challenge to the department and all our stakeholders. In 2021, we developed, as I conclude, a draft policy on the minimum norms and standards for student housing at public institutions of higher learning to provide, ladies and gentlemen, a better regulation of privately owned provision of off-campus accommodation. Contractual arrangements for the delivery of new infrastructure where the design is not under the direct control of an institution were issues that were tackled, and we will hope that in our conversation these issues are going to be looked into. And I was sitting there and the chair of the board of NFAS was saying we are going to also look into issues of alternative building methods, because this is also important, if you understand the realities, that our students are confronted with. I think if you look at our policy, posture and position, you can actually see that we are not only, guided by the, we are not reacting to the realities out there, but we are also, directed through our policies in terms of how we deal with this. The key features of our proposed policy on the minimum norms and standards for student housing centers around equitable access to institutions so that academic facilities and support services ensures that our students are, and housing sites are within at least 5-kilometer radius of where their learning spaces are located. It's very, very important. And if you understand the issues that have been raised in the presentation and addresses by our minister and deputy minister, you can see that this remains our concern. We would like our students to experience a seamless internet connectivity in their rooms and recreation spaces. I think if you understand where this comes from, it comes from this issue of ecosystems. We want to create an environment that is conducive to learning because NSFAS is not a social grant, but it is an education grant. Therefore, our focus in this regard is a focus of ensuring that we support the rest of all interventions to making sure that we improve learning. We would like our students as well to experience spaces in which they live that unlock energy efficiencies and so forth. And I think this, ladies and gentlemen, is crucial. Our extensive capital injection into accommodation, I must stress, we will monitor student accommodation costs. We will be paying greater attention to efficiency enablers such as shared amenities, including shared access to electronic libraries, sports fields, laboratories, transport systems, and security services. We commit this, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, that we will strengthen our oversight responsibility as a department. We are going to track each and every cent that is spent in student accommodation to ensure that we are able to account to the people of South Africa, that South Africa get the value for money. And working with you, ladies and gentlemen, knowing that all of these views and policy prescripts that we are reflecting upon, they are policy prescripts that are drawn from the dreams of our people. As I conclude, I wish to implore the summit to consider the following. One, of what is relevance are international trends, or what relevance is international trends to our summit? It is important that we realize that these problems that we are confronted with are problems that some of the systems elsewhere in the world have already confronted with and they've provided solutions to. And it is not necessary for us to take too long to come up with solutions for problems that are actually, whose solutions we've actually come across anywhere and elsewhere in the world. We defeated apartheid because we mobilized our internal forces, but also our friends and comrades elsewhere in the world. In the same spirit, we are going to confront the issue of not only student accommodation, but all other issues that are on our way towards ensuring quality education. Whether on-campus housing should exceed purpose-built housing by private bodies, it's something which needs to be looked into. And I think the summit needs to also reflect in this issue of on-campus housing and issues around the purpose-built housing by private bodies, or vice versa. What student housing models will suit modern learners? We are not just talking about learners in the early 60s. We are talking about learners in the modern times. And therefore, technologies that we utilize, should be technologies that are aligned to, what modern research says, are options that are available to us. Agreeing to what the minimum housing standards should entail is one of the issues which we are going to have to discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, as a Department of Higher Education and Training, we have provided a draft policy on norms and standards for student housing. We trust that by the end of this year, we'll be done with this policy document. And therefore, your conversations here are not going to die within these walls, but they are going to be channeled towards something that is meaningful, that is going to provide a legacy for better accommodation for our students, towards better quality education for all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here, and we welcome your presence, and we assure you that we are going to support you all the way towards finding the solutions to the problems we are confronted with. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, DG. I think it is very visible from the DG's speech to the DM speech, to the minister's speech, that there is a good intention. And I just also want to highlight the fact that in this room, in this platform, we are sitting here together as an extraordinary set of talent, from government to the captains of the industry, student bodies, investors, and the new entrants. In my experience with development, I always smile and say, when you are talking development, then you must expect a wall. And that is a symbol that you are moving. It shouldn't deter us. And in that breath, I'm going to call upon our chairman. I'm going to divert from the program to come and just give us a small message or an update in as far as the summit is coming.
Good morning, all. Protocol observed. Thank you so much, DM. Thank you so much, DG. Colleagues, those of you who arrived late must have come into the hall to the sound of beautiful music, the other side of the building, from students who are protesting. And for a while, when I listened to the songs, I felt like joining them. So I'm standing here just to assure you that the protests shouldn't be of big concerns to us. They are not going to disrupt the proceedings here. This conference, this summit will continue, and we're not going to be disrupted. Now, the DM, the chair of the portfolio committee, and many others here were student leaders. They are experts at this kind of things. I was the president of the SRC myself for 2 consecutive terms, and you can rely on our advice. When we say you shouldn't worry, please don't worry. The DM assured me that they know about the issues, the DG does. We also know about the issues, the chair does, so don't worry. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair, for that message of assurance. We jump straight to the next speaker. We welcome on stage the VC's perspective on student accommodation speech by Professor Mogalong from the University of Limpopo.
Thank you very much, Program Director. As you can see, I'm not Prof. Mogalong. Prof. Mogalong is my brother, but he was not able to make it for some reason, an important reason, and the chairperson of NSFAS asked me to step in. My name is Professor Mbati. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Sefako Makgato Health Sciences University. Previously called Nfsa. So I'll happily do this on behalf of the Vice Chancellors, and in particular on behalf of Prof. Mogalong. Deputy Minister, Chair of NSFAS, our DG, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, the Chairperson of Council for Central University of Technology, and the acting VC, the CEO of NSFAS, and all protocols observed. Program Director, I will try to stick to the 5 minutes. With the advent of multimodal teaching and learning, the pedagogical landscape of both the global higher education landscape and in South Africa in particular was irreversibly changed. This has meant a dramatic acceleration in reconfiguring student accommodation as learning and research spaces. The vision by our minister, Dr. Blen Zimande, to encourage and support a new model that incorporates NSFAS, the private sector, the Department of Higher Education and Training, that will address the long-standing pain of student accommodation is most welcome. DG, I've been in higher education leadership for many, many years. And of course, this is something that we've had to deal with for many, many years. I have seen students live in most horrendous accommodation, and certainly does impact on the academic progress. In yesterday's gala dinner, the chairperson of NSFAS, Mr. Cosa, committed to a strategy that will solve accommodation challenges once and for all. And my guess is that many vice chancellors who heard that must have absolutely been delighted. Now, this would allow our constrained fiscus to focus on other equally important infrastructure requirements in our higher education sector, such as building of smart classrooms, ICT infrastructure, research laboratories, equipment, office space, sporting facilities, and the list goes on. So going forward, we would require the following for this model. DG, and I heard you talking about a framework. I was waiting to hear that framework, but I'm sure you will then give us very clear guidance going forward. One, clear and unambiguous framework for the proposed model, supported by government, that will ensure that tender processes filter only the best, capable, and efficient investors. Now, our chairperson of the Portfolio Committee knows exactly what I'm saying here, because many times when these things don't go right, we, the vice chancellors, of course, have to account in Parliament about what has happened. So we want to make sure that when this happens, we really get the very best that we can get as universities. I would also like to request Chair NSFAS and DG that there is further engagement with Vice Chancellors and TVET principals for inputs beyond the summit on issues which have already been raised, some by the previous speakers. The location, should this accommodation be on campus or off campus? In my particular situation, with the kind of programs that we offer for healthcare science students, my preference would be to have, of course, this accommodation as close as possible within the university space. Of course, if universities have that space, I would prefer that this is where we locate this accommodation. Issues about mitigating power and water failure, I can tell you, DG, the whole of last week, I've had my students not going for exams because one of the many residences that we secure off campus has not had power or water for 3 days. There was a substation that collapsed or something happened. It's not the problem of this particular residence, but because my students could not access water and electricity for 3 days, they simply couldn't come for exams. And so this new model must take these issues into consideration. Beyond ESCOM, we must be able to mitigate when there is no power, or if there's no water. So do we harvest water? What do we do? I think the issues of Wi-Fi, DG did mention them very clearly. Issues around upgrades and maintenance, I think the chair of the Portfolio Committee touched that in detail. Issues of security, we would need to have those conversations, but also the obligations of the university vis-a-vis those of the investing consortia, because my sense is that there is going to be a sort of consortia that gets into this activity. Finally, and I rarely get this opportunity to say this, and I would like to say that today, that I want to thank our minister, Dr. Blaine Zimande, for his vision, foresight, and courage in the transformation of our sector. And like I said, I've been in this sector for many years, and when I say this, I really mean what I'm saying. Over a decade ago, when the infrastructure at our universities was old, dilapidated, under strain due to backlog maintenance, Dr. Blaine Zimande was instrumental in mooting the infrastructure efficiency grant that we talk about today, which has continued to renew our campuses and our universities across the country. And I'm therefore not surprised that Dr. Nzimande yet again is behind a revolutionary and bold initiative of the caliber that we're here today discussing. As VCs, we are excited about this initiative and will give all our support. And I want to thank you very much.
You see, they say practice makes perfect. The speakers are really sticking to the time, and we appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Next, we're going to call Mr. Charles van Heerden, East Cape Midlands, talking us to TVET principal perspective on student accommodation. And Mr. van Heerden, you've got 5 minutes. I don't think a white person has a problem with time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What an interesting comment, highly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm thinking all protocol observed, but in order to be able to make time, I'm going to get straight to the point. I think having reflected on what was said last night by all the previous speakers, the road that our minister has paved, it's so humbling to be able to note that all of us, I think, are talking the same language, and all of us are moving in the same direction. And having been able to make that observation, I think it's just clear. We need to think outside the box, and we need to be able to move forward in a new model and a way in which we can all do justice. I've been asked to talk specifically about East Cape Midlands TVET College, but of course East Cape Midlands College is a TVET college. It exists within the space of the TVET environment, and as much as, of course, these are references I make to East Cape Midlands TVET College as a specific example, the TVET colleges are quite similar. We have similar challenges, we've got similar problems, and of course, there's a great difference in the infrastructure, the resources that we have in the TVET space versus universities. And it is important to note that we, as a product of expansion, and as our minister said last night, you know, it's a nice problem to have. We've got access that we've improved. We've expanded our intake. But now we're struggling because we don't have the conducive environment for our students. It's a problem that exists, of course, in universities, but in TVET colleges, the problem is even much bigger. We at East Cape Midlands TVET College, for example, don't own our own student accommodation. We don't have our own student residences, for instance. We have student accommodation that we, through informal, semi-formal, formal, and informal means, try to manage, and of course try to influence. But it is a challenge. The environment is so diverse. We're sitting with a college that sits in 3 different municipalities, 3 different local governments, and the diversity is just huge. For example, we look at 2 campuses that are in areas where the feeders for those campuses comes from the outside region, flocking towards small campuses that are fairly small, but the numbers are so huge that the students end up there in accommodation environments that are really appalling. The numbers and the demand is overwhelmingly exceeding the supply. We're sitting, for example, in Graaf-Reinet, where students have no choice but to be willing to stay in an outside room that is only a room, and that can be described as nothing other than a shack or a makuku. It's a reality that we need to face. The same happens in Makana, for instance. Similar examples happens in our Kwanabutle environment, exactly the same. Unfortunately, students, some of them choose that because, yes, everybody is mentioning the fact that you may find a formal contract with a landlord that charges way more, but a student eventually ends up in those conditions, in those environments. It's a reality, ladies and gentlemen. We need to find a way on how to address that. We've already said that, but from a TVET space, I want to re-emphasize that. The influence or the factor of which accommodation allowances have on the social fabric of our society should not be underestimated. Ladies and gentlemen, I've listened to testimony where students, unfortunately so, it's not designed like that, have no choice but to use their allowances to feed their families. It's a reality. And yes, our minister said that yesterday, it's not a social grant allowance. It's an education allowance. These are challenges that we must be able to deal with. I do see light in the tunnel. Engagement such as this assists us. We have no choice, Minister, but to think outside the box and to engage on these questions. We need to get a standardized model for accommodation service providers, how they are funded, minimum requirements. We've said that. From a TVET perspective, we want to emphasize that. So as much as students are using their allowances, of course, for what it's supposed to, and some don't, I want to use this example. Unfortunately, it also happens that a student waits until May somewhere, gets a very decent allowance disbursement, and then on the opposite side of the benefit, goes out, uses entrepreneurship, buys a jikeleza, and now starts a business. So those are the unintended consequences as well. But if we develop a structured, managed approach on student accommodation, we can avoid those things from happening. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot underestimate the value of an accommodation or an on-site residence on the holistic student approach. In a residence, you have, like what our chairperson of the portfolio committee said, an opportunity to support academically, to create academic support programs, peer-to-peer mentoring, seniors that mentors juniors, academic support programs, social societies, the opportunity for a student to develop as a holistic person cannot be underestimated. In the TVET space, we are not even thinking about that yet. It's a sad reality. But I think it's an opportunity to open that discussion, open that debate, and to understand that those things are important. Where does it take us on the short term? Yes, of course. Let us embark on managing the academic value chain through the muscle of NSFAS, as our minister said last night. Develop a structured model. We have linkages as TVET sectors principles and as the TVET sectors, where we can find land's already committed to us, Madam Chair. Let us use this opportunity to rethink our model of student accommodation services. Challenge ourselves. There will not be enough money coming from the fiscus. We need to think differently, and we need to think outside the box. Let us use this opportunity to think outside the box and challenge ourselves. Otherwise, we're not going to get there. I thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Van Heerden, for your speech there and analyzing the real issues within the TVET colleges. Ladies and gentlemen, I took time to deeply understand the accommodation tomorrow and its objective up until I got an opportunity to be briefed by none other than the CEO of NSFAS. And I remember on that particular day, I was involved in one of my CAP. I am a national coordinator for Sam Zimmer Foundation. For those of you who do not know who Sam Zimmer is the man who took the famous picture of Hector Peterson. And when he unpacked this concept, I came alive. I said, now I understand what this mission is all about. I'm going to call upon, right now, the NFSA CEO, Mr. Andile Nongoko, to give us the objective of this summit. And I thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To the DM who has just left us, the advisor to the minister, the chairperson of the portfolio committee, the chairperson of CUT, chairperson of the board, and the board members of NSFAS, the DG, all the DDGs that are present here, and all the officials from the department, all the VCs, principals, officials from institutions, all the stakeholders that we have, and most of all, the student leadership that we have amongst us, the CEOs of SITAs, and the Group CEO of SABC. We are grateful for your presence here today with us. If I look at the room, we are quite pleased with the turn-up that we have, because it tells us that, one, either we have all been very eager to understand or to deal with these issues that are affecting our students, and in particular, the NSFAS beneficiaries. I think for me to get to the objectives of today, it's firstly important that we just remind ourselves, we know that all of us know what NSFAS is about, but just as a reminder, what it is that we stand for as NSFAS. We exist to provide opportunity or access to higher education to those who would not otherwise been able to do so. You know, the minister touched on yesterday the fact that some of these people, some of these beneficiaries are the first in their families to ever go to higher education. Some of these beneficiaries leave their homes from deep rural areas with the hope that they will get something better on the other side. I am not going to dwell too much on the challenges, because all the speakers that have spoken before me have spoken to these challenges. But you can imagine leaving home in some rural area, expecting to go to a big city for the first time and expecting to find better facilities, only to end up in a worse situation than home. It must truly be something that makes our beneficiaries quite despondent. Despite all of these issues, our beneficiaries still prevail in spite of those difficult circumstances. And so it is for this reason that as NSFAS, we saw it necessary that we really cannot be bystanders and watch. We have to do something. Typically in the past, we know that NSFAS simply provided an allowance. We allowed our students to go and fend for themselves, looking for signing these agreements that they sign with landlords, that they are exposed to all the social ills that are out there trying to find suitable accommodation. And so, as NSFAS, we had to reaffirm our operational model, and that is the model of being student-centered. Now, student-centered is not just all about providing financing. It's also about making sure that we provide value for our students. We make sure that they have all the adequate support to enable them to succeed. Because also this support from government is not just about going to school only. It's about making sure that you go to school and ultimately end up contributing to the economy. And so we think this is an important summit. And so I think when we say accommodating tomorrow, it's actually talking about securing the futures for our beneficiaries so that they ultimately become beacons of hope for their families, their communities. So I think this is quite important. Now, I'm not here to give a speech of any kind, but to really just indicate what is it that we would like to achieve out of this summit. We are very clear. I mean, we can categorize the challenges that we have. Some of this, we can categorize them around administration. How do we go about accrediting accommodation in a manner that makes sure that our students end up in places that are conducive to study? Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, we agree that, in our language, we tend to focus on beds. But in essence, we are really talking to suitable spaces that is conducive to study. When we talk about suitable places that are conducive to study, the minister and the DG talk about what we call student village, and the student village concept. The student village concept is about making sure that all the amenities a student needs to succeed are there. These are the inputs we want to talk about, and we want to get discussions on today to say, as we are grading this accommodation, what are these inputs that we would really like as ideals for our beneficiaries, with the ultimate view of making sure that they succeed. When we grade accommodation, oftentimes, in fact, we in the last consultative process around the guidelines, we started talking about the issue of a cap. What is the maximum amount that NSFAS or government is willing to pay for private accommodation? Now, also with a cap, we know that once you put a maximum, it then becomes susceptible to everybody wanting to charge that particular maximum. And sometimes when you want to charge that particular maximum, we want to come up with a standard to say, for that to be the maximum, what are the requirements you have to get to the maximum? If you so happen to not be at the maximum, what is then the appropriate grading we must give you and the appropriate cost we must pay for that? Ultimately, all these things end up in money. And for us, if we save on the costs, we are able to provide more value for our students. We are able to have more students that are benefiting in this system. So what we are looking for from everybody and all the participants, in the past, we as NSFAS, maybe if I am also can talk on behalf of government and say, as government, sometimes we are accused of not consultating, not getting views. So, which is why we are here today, so that we get your views on how, when we put these policies together, when we put these frameworks together, what are the issues that we should consider as part of these solutions that we are providing. Also, we know that the issue of payments, and I think also, with the constituency that we are charged with supporting, that being of student leadership, I do want to say, DG, that, they say that sometimes as leaders, we must admit when we've made some mistakes. I do think that one of the mistakes we've made was to give students cash. Yes, we understand that students are adults. They should be able to make their own decisions. They should be able to learn on how to use money. But what we exist for as NSFAS is to making sure that we provide an environment where it is conducive for them to study and succeed. And of course, there are certain instances where we are not going to run away from providing cash. However, our focus today is to want to say that students should focus on the business of learning. We as officials should focus on making sure that we create that environment by negotiating these transactions, these leases on their behalf, and they focus on the business of study, which ultimately leads us to how do we then make these direct payments to providers. Now, all of this I've categorized as issues around the administration of how we deal with the issue of managing student accommodation. Now, as NSFAS, we've thought of a solution where we are going to introduce a portal. In that portal, it will allow all accommodation providers, which includes institutions and private accommodation providers, to register onto that portal and indicate this is the property I want to present to be considered by NSFAS. And then we are going to go through the process of accreditation and grading that accommodation. With the portal, then we'll be able to place students through such accommodation. And also, chairperson of the portfolio committee, it then allows also students to report where there are maintenance issues that have to be dealt with. It allows providers themselves to report students who are all not behaving as they should. What then that does is it allows us to see which accommodation needs to be verified further, because this is not a once-off event where you are going to have the accommodation accredited once, and it means it does not necessarily being kept maintained. We want to do this annually so that we make sure that the standard remains as what it was. And of course, it's important, DG, that we recognize that many of our institutions, some are in rural areas, some are in peri-urban, some are in urban areas. When we grade this accommodation, when we accredit this accommodation, what considerations do we put in place to make sure that we take into account those kind of circumstances? So this is really some of the views that we want to solicit out of these engagements of today. And of course, DG, we can also talk about the fact that we want to put these controls, these framework in place. However, we understand that there is still a shortage of beds or number of available facilities to accommodate our students. Chair of the Portfolio Committee, you've now made me rethink the issue of providing beds. But nevertheless, I think what we've also recognized as NSFAS is that we have to understand how do we engage with the industry, the sector, in making sure that we increase the capacity of this infrastructure that we need to house our students. Now, of course, the minister and the DG and all the speakers have spoken to the issue of limited government spending. If we were to wait for government spending, if we were to wait for the fiscus to provide all the solutions, it would mean that it would take a very long time for us to solve the problem. And so it is important then for us to understand what enablers can we put in place as government, as NSFAS, to make sure that we have more investors interested in the issue of accommodation. How do we facilitate this partnership with you? Is the Triple P as envisaged in the government framework really assisting in making sure that we have more investors, more participants that are coming to assist? And we are hoping to hear your views on where the improvements need to be. Is there a role that NSFAS should play in making sure that those issues are dealt with? And so also the issue of private participation is not just about the partnerships. What enablers do we need to put in place? We know that many of the people that want to get into this space are in need of investors, are in need of financing, we want to ask the question from the financiers, what is it that can be done to assist in making sure that there is more capacity, there is more investment towards student accommodation? The role of public sector is not only limited from what we can do from a national treasury perspective, but also, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, you spoke about, is there available in municipal infrastructure out there to support these projects that we want to put in place to making sure that there's capacity? We also understand that public sector owns a lot of property, some of which is left unused. And we want to tap into those partnerships. How do we take existing infrastructure and convert it into student accommodation to make sure that we deal with this issue of capacity? And so when we talk partnerships, we're really thinking about holistic partnerships. We have invited sitters here today because, one, we understand that sitters, as part of their role of skills development, they are also in need of workplaces. The sitter system works such that there should be available workspaces. And how do we then use these infrastructure projects to make sure that they are used as training spaces? They are used also for our TVET colleges to making sure that those that are studying trades are included as part of these projects where we are building these infrastructures. And again here, the question we want to ask and want to glean from you is, what would be the best mechanism to working with you? Are off-take agreements the appropriate vehicle? And if so, what is it that would make them to be suitable to making sure that these kind of projects are viewed differently? As I'm going to conclude, Program Director, I want to indicate that, when we talk all of this, it almost sounds like we are saying there is no room for up-and-coming developers. There is no room for SMMEs in this. And that is exactly not what we are saying. But what we are saying is that, how do we work with you as up-and-coming providers to making sure that you meet those minimum requirements? It's also important that yesterday there was this conversation around by the minister that we need to be building university towns. In the same breath, I do think this is an opportunity to revive township economies. This is an opportunity to revive rural economies. However, this cannot be done at the expense of making sure that our students get suitable accommodation. And so it's important that we come up with developmental solutions to making sure that up-and-coming providers also participate. Now, I want to end this with our vision. Firstly, to end it with our vision, we must just understand for a second who is an NSFAS beneficiary. An NSFAS beneficiary is going to be that young person who comes from a rural area. And I want to use my home village, Gogela, in the Eastern Cape. They are going to end up here in Mangaung because this is where they have secured a place to study. It would be the first time they come to the city. They would come here very much uncertain about where it is they are going to stay. They may be only lucky that in their pockets, they were only provided with transport money to get here into Mangaung. When they get here, they have to wait, or they have to be exposed to places where they must go and look for a place to stay. While they are doing this, they'll have to wait for NSFAS to eventually pay their allowance, which may take some time for any various reasons. Because they do not have money in their pocket, they are likely to end up in some shack, where they are going to be exposed to all the social ills. You can imagine what happens in a township. And I don't mean to say all townships are dangerous, but what my little experience about having grown up in a township is that you stand out when you are not from around the area. You become exposed to any other thing that happens in that township. Now, what we are trying to solve in terms of our vision is for that student, by the time they leave home, after they've received a decision from NSFAS that they are eligible to study and they will be funded, they should almost always, they should know that I have a place that is secured for me. I don't have to worry about looking for a place. I don't have to worry whether or not this place will be paid for. I don't have to worry about whether this place will be conducive for me to stay. That is ultimately what we are trying to solve, and that is ultimately our vision. Our vision also is to making sure that the solutions we're coming out today, it's not only what us as officials of NSFAS, us as officials of the department have only thought about in our boardrooms, but we have solicited your views. We know that whatever solutions that we've provided are solutions that are going to be lasting solutions. So in essence, these are the objectives of what we want to achieve today or in the next 2 days. And you will see that we'll be having various programs that are questions that we want to get from you in terms of what we are presenting in those different breakaway sessions. And we are hoping that we'll get your views. And of course, this does not mean that this is the end. There is no opportunity for us to engage on other issues. But what we've put forward are issues that we would like to understand as we are beginning to put this framework together. On that note, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nongoko. I trust that with that information, everybody inside this room at least is getting the picture. As we are shifting the gear to our next session, you've been a great audience for me. As I'm going to be stepping down to give my colleague now what we call the uvutondaba, the gist of the matter. Before she comes, I just want to introduce her. Uthandile Meiswa is a specialist in learning and development with extensive knowledge and experience. She's an MBA graduate from Henley Business School. Thandile also has a BTech degree in Human Resource Management from the University of South Africa, where she later obtained her BTech degree in Human Resource Development. She has 22 years experience in training and development, holding positions ranging from training management to training lead. Thandile received numerous awards in her illustrious career, which included, among other, an Institute of People Management, IPM, Top Student Award. She is well known for being a mindset advocate and activist. Let us welcome on stage Thandile Meiswa for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Please allow me to extend my greetings to all our dignitaries today. It is such an honor for me to be requested to facilitate such an important event. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for has arrived. We are now going to get our hands dirty, and we are going to jump into it and get it done. So I am now officially opening our plenary session. To kick off, let's start with just unpacking our theme, accommodating tomorrow. Last night, we were privileged to be invited in the gala dinner, and our Honorable Minister, Dr. Blade Nzimande, shared a very powerful agenda that the sector is actually looking at. And he started by reminding us that what we are about to create today is groundbreaking in terms of the how. If we reflect from the speakers last night and this morning, the agenda remains the same. The cooperation and the collaboration that has happened is really remarkable. So right now, as we are going to start the discussions and really getting to think outside the box, thinking about that student from the village who's going to come to the city for the very first time to change their life from back at home. How do we create this accommodation for tomorrow? And if we actually just unpack the theme, accommodating tomorrow, there is just a couple of things that we are looking at. We are bringing in change, much needed change. We are making a dream of someone a reality, someone that it wouldn't have been possible if it was not for providing the accommodation. We are helping someone to navigate their path to success. We are going to be futuristic now in our thinking. We are going to be creating a sustainable solution. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I am trying to gear you to get into the panelist discussions. So this is how we're going to start. We have panelists that are going to take up stage. And in the interest of time, I am going to call them up to come and occupy their seats. And the panelists are going to be discussing a very important first topic of the day. The topic says, current state of student accommodation for NSFAS funded students. If we are going to wear our hats of saying, let's come up with solutions, it's very clear what we want to do. Now we want to get into the how. We want to come up with the best models. We want to come up with the best practices so that when NFSAs walk out of here, they walk out with a blueprint. They walk out with very clear guidelines and structure of what we collectively have come up with. So they are going to first just unpack what are the current challenges. They are going to help us understand how does the current framework looks like. What are the current processes? We have already discussed quite a lot about the challenges that have been identified. Challenges of some of the accommodation being substandard. Challenging of the environment and sometimes even the nutrition, the lack of beds. So we understand the challenges. So we have 9 panelists that I am now going to call up to stage so that we can start discussing the first topic. Can I please call our panelists to come up on stage? Our Deputy Minister, Mr. Manamela, our South Representative, Mr. Yandisa Nzoia, our Yusuf, Professor Eibawa, Saveta, Representative, Student Leader, Mr. Sipiwe Kumalo, the CUT SRC President, Mr. Sabelo Bengu, and then our NFSA COO, Mr. Ntuseng Mpahlele, as well as our DDG, Dr. Sokikwa, and Mrs. Zungu, and then our NFSA board member, Mr. Matiwane. Can I please call all of them to take up our seats so that we can start our panel discussion? I think some people were expecting to maybe take a tea break now. In the interest of time, we are going to start with the panel discussion, and then from panel discussion, we're going to go straight to lunch. Okay. All right, okay. So our CEO has just granted everyone 5 minutes leg stretch just to go to the bathroom and come back so that we are all comfortable to start listening to this important discussion. Are you both? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, while I am waiting for our panelists to come up on stage, I just want to inform you that immediately after the panelist discussion, which is going to take around 30 to 40 minutes, we are going to go straight to lunch. Can I please usher it? Can I sit you so that I can show you?
Speaker number 4. Number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please get everyone seated? We are about to start our panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to explain the proceedings from here on. So when you all came through this morning for registration, please listen, this part is very important. When you came in this morning for registration, you were shown 4 topics. Out of those 4 topics, you were given a choice if you came in early to select a topic of your choice. Meaning you are now sitting with a topic number and a room number of the breakaway room that you are going to go to after lunch. So it's very important that we understand that after lunch, all of us need to find our breakaway rooms. We are now going to start with the panel discussions. If anyone sitting on the floor wants to ask a question to any of the panelists or any of the speakers, please take a paper out of your bags. There is a paper that we have inserted in there. Please write that paper for us down, and then you can then drop it on the scribers that are standing around the rooms. They just show their baskets by putting them up like this. So all the people that you see with baskets up is where you can write any question that you want to direct to the panelists, and they are going to address or answer those questions tomorrow. Our panelists are ready for us. So to kick off the discussion, I first just want to repeat again the quote, the topic rather, that they are going to be deliberating or debating on. They are going to give us a foundation of accommodating tomorrow. They are going to talk to us about the current challenges that they have experienced in their respective departments. And also because we said today we want to think outside the box. We want to come up with mechanisms and solutions that are going to drive the agenda that we want to achieve today. So they are going to help us to set the tone. Panelists, are we ready? The topic that we're starting with says, current state of student accommodation for NFSAS funded students. We're going to be looking at the framework, the processes, and the identified challenges. I would like to start with Mr. Ndloiya, who is representing the students from the Students' Union South. Mr. Ndloiya, what is the current state of student accommodation for NFF students from your point of view?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I want to greet all stakeholders present here. Because of time, I will say all protocol is observed. Also, Program Director, we want, as the union, to send our condolences to the families of young people that lost their lives in East London over the weekend. I think, Program Director, all of us here, we can agree in saying that there is a high level of crisis when it comes to student accommodation. At some point, as the student movement, we had launched a campaign that says, homeless at home. Understanding, of course, that student accommodation in the sector is in twofold. This is your urban-based campuses and your rural-based campuses. Starting with the latter, you will realize that students funded by NSFAS but starting in rural-based campuses are struggling to even access that accommodation merely because of the infrastructure, lack of infrastructure in those surrounding areas. Making an example, you find that there are students in Kwakwa or there are students in the University of Limpopo that are funded by NSFAS, but they are finding difficulties in allocating accommodation because there's no infrastructure to accommodate them. So that's the first crisis that we're facing. The second crisis that we're facing, Program Direct, is the fact that the number of students that are enrolling in Institute of Higher Learning is becoming higher and higher every year. But there's very slow response in terms of making sure that the demand is met in terms of the infrastructure. So the challenge we have is that you find that in institutions of higher learning, there are students that will be admitted, but they will not be accommodated because of lack of accommodation. And those students will be subjected to all social ills, as the CEO has indicated. You find students who find themselves staying with boyfriends or girlfriends that they would have not stayed with if given that there was accommodation. You find students that are staying in inappropriate places where they end up losing their lives because there's lack of infrastructure. So in summary, Program Director, we want to say that there is a major need to respond to the challenge of student accommodation, because if we don't respond, then we will not be responding to the issue and the campaign of being homeless at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nzoia. Can I please ask a follow-up question? What do you think should be done to address these challenges that are faced by students? I want to enforce that thinking of let's now try to come up with solutions and think outside the box.
Thank you very much, again, Program Director. Well, there are two solutions that we have proposed as the union. Firstly, we were engaged in a fight with NSFAS. Of course, it was not a physical fight, but we can confidently confirm that we have won, we have won that struggle. The first point that we raised was the real-time responses when it comes to NSFAS-funded students. What do we mean about that? It should not be the case where a student applies for NSFAS and they are accepted in a university. When they go register, NSFAS has not yet responded to those students because they find difficulties in terms of being allocated to accommodation. Service providers will know this because we fight with them every year where we want to accommodate students, but it becomes difficult because those students have not yet received their funding statuses. So we've proposed real-time responses so that all students that are accepted in universities and colleges, they are able to be allocated. The second one, we have proposed that there must be a central coordination of accommodation so that we're able, when a student applies in a particular institution, immediately after they are admitted, they are able to be allocated a bed so that when they arrive in an institution, they are not found wanting, but instead they know exactly where they are located. The last point, of course, is to talk to the service providers, because we've been doing so much as student leadership in pressing government to respond to the issues of free education. But it's about time that we talk to the private sector as well to inject some investment in making sure that we build enough and adequate student accommodation so that we're able to accommodate all our students in the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nzoia. I can really see that our leaders have really thought through of solutions as well. It's going to be easy for us when we get into the breakaway rooms. Next question I would like to address to Ms. Mphahlele. Ms. Mphahlele, can you please unpack for us what are challenges that are faced by NFSAS on student accommodation? Just from NFSA's point of view, what are some of the challenges?
Thank you, Program Director, and let me also say all protocols observed. The profile of a NSFAS funded student has already been briefly outlined. That is a student that cannot afford to be at an institution even for a week or even up to a month without certainty of where they are going to stay. Now, the challenges currently from where we are sitting is that as NSFAS, we have a very strict mandate to pay the students on time and to pay students correctly. At this point in time, this is a huge challenge because this process is informed by the relationships that NSFAS has with institutions, with students, with the landlords, and all of that is guided through the policy. NSFAS looks at the funding policy and what the funding policy says it has to do. Now, in as far as provision of accommodation or allocation or identification of that currently sits with institutions. And I think the reason why we are here today is that NSFAS then gets in the middle of issues, legal battles between landlords, institutions, where things have really gone wrong. And for the longest time, where we have been sitting on the periphery and not supporting the students, it has really challenged NSFAS that it can no longer be the case that NSFAS pays over the funds, does not know whether the students are accommodated and the conditions that those students are under. So in this instance, it's really a big problem that we cannot account for the money properly in terms of accommodation, and we cannot actually pay the students on time to make sure that they start with their academic program on time.
Thank you, Ms. Mphahlele. You have touched on NSFAS getting involved in legal issues. Can you kindly elaborate on why NSFAS has then decided to be involved in addressing student challenges?
So NSFAS works with all higher education institutions across TVET colleges and universities. And we administer the bursaries. So if you look at the package of bursary allowances that NSFAS has to administer, accommodation is one of them. Firstly, when you look at the TVET sector, for example, there's a huge gap in terms of how the students are supported. And all the time where these challenges occur, they come to NSFAS, you have to answer, why are the students not accommodated properly? Why are the students being kicked out by landlords because the allowances have not been paid? Now, from a policy point of view, the TVET colleges have had very limited role to actually provide for and or accredit. On the university space, while there has been a reference to the norms and standards for housing, processes have been built to take care of student accommodation, it is not consistent across the board. And many a times, and as the leadership of SAUS has already mentioned, there are areas, particularly in rural areas, where students are not accommodated. Now, these are NSFAS-funded students, and when this go on and on, institutions become unstable because unrest happens and students cannot study. And therefore, there is no way that NSFAS can continue standing on the periphery where there is such a huge investment that government is making. Our interest is really not just to say every month we are paying so much over to institutions. I mean, if you look at it in context, it's not only the 11 billion that goes towards student accommodation. It's about 47 billion. And in that 47 billion is the expectation that the students continue well with their academic studies and they actually pass and graduate so that they can come back and contribute to society. So when all of that is not working in a manner that it should, it actually threatens the sustainability of ability to actually assist government to improve the skills in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mphahlele. I am sure everyone will start putting their heads together to think we do not want anything that is going to threaten the sustainability of what NSFAS is trying to achieve. We really appreciate that. Moving on to Mr. Khumalo, who represents the unions of TVET colleges. Mr. Khumalo, can you kindly advise from the TVET colleges, what is the current state of student accommodation for NFAS-funded students?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Allow me to equally observe all protocol. You know, the state of student accommodation within our TVET colleges, it's in a dire condition because there was a lack of commitment on embarking or establishing conducive student accommodation for TVET colleges. But then one will ask, what is the reason behind not having the commitment to establish such student accommodation in TVET colleges? I think the minister yesterday partially touched on one space that ideally TVET colleges should attract those students who are already in companies to come and do apprentices in our TVET colleges, where they will ideally do 2 days in our TVET colleges and 3 days in the working space. And they are paid by that particular company, so they are able to rent their own space, their own food, they are able to buy it. But the second part was that because our TVET campuses are so vastly based in almost each and every town, every city, every village, ideally we'll assume that majority of our students should be students who are studying within their own city, within their own village, within their own town, which means our students are going to rely more on transport rather than student accommodation. But it has been proven that majority of our students are really in need of student accommodation, and they need to stay in a more conducive student accommodation, because when we faced a shortfall in 2021, we really sought to say there was a 40-60 split rule in the guidelines of NSFAS, which projected that 40% of our students in TVET colleges are students with accommodation and 60% are transport students. But through a thorough analysis and through the budget shortfall that was faced by colleges, we discovered that more than 80% of our students in TVET colleges are in need of student accommodation, are students who are coming from outside that particular seat of our colleges. But the most worrying factor is that in our TVET colleges, you have TVET colleges who have student accommodation, on-campus student accommodation, but those on-campus student accommodation are not in a conducive state to accommodate students. You can go to coastal TVET colleges. We have around 6 or 8 buildings, but only 2 or 3 buildings are able to accommodate students. The other 4, they are not in a conducive state to accommodate our students. Then you ask yourself, does our college have enough capacity to run and maintain and ensure that the on-campus residents are in a good state and are in a conducive state so that they are able to accommodate our students? But the second part is that majority of our campuses are placed in rural areas and township, where our students, when they go and look for accommodation, they only find those landlords who are not renting their places for a purpose of student accommodation, but they are renting the places for the sake of business, where the students are going to be rented in a shack, where they stay, there are 5 in a room, they are rented in one room where they are 10 and so forth, because for them it's running business other than running student accommodation, where our students are not able to be accommodated in those particular areas. Of which then come to say, we need to understand, when we develop student accommodation within our TVET sectors, what do we say about organizing those informal student residents or those informal landlords who are currently housing our students? Because majority of them, they are in rural areas and they are in township. And you cannot wish away those local people who are currently housing our students. Ours is to say, how do we then organize and develop them so that they have capacity to develop and be able to produce a conducive student accommodation to our students so that our students can be accommodated. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Mr. Khumalo. You have really just painted a clear picture of what we've been talking about when we say the end result here is that student, and you've given us a picture of a previously disadvantaged student. When you talk about a student who will come to the village or the city and then they end up staying in a shack. Just imagine trying to study and finish your 4 or 3-year degree staying in a shack, how that circumstance is like. Battling for transport to get to the classes. Mr. Khumalo, can we try to proceed to the solutions? What do you think should be done specifically for the students amongst the TVET colleges to ensure that we minimize all these hassles that they have to go through?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think the first thing that we need to do is that there must be a deliberate intention of accrediting student resident in our TVET colleges, whether it's private or it's an institutional student accommodation, because the problem we're facing is that we have many of our private partnership who are housing our students. But the problem is that they are housing those students in a contract that is between a student and that particular landlord. And the contract between a student and the landlord is not a contract that is a conducive contract, because a student will rely on NSFAS to pay, and when there are delayments on NSFAS on paying, the student will not be able to pay that particular landlord and cause students to move around different student accommodation. But if you can have a deliberate intent of saying, let us be able to accredit public-private TVET college student accommodation that are housing our students, so that we know. And there must be a deliberate intention for NSFAS to say, when we fund our student accommodation, NSFAS student, we must be able to trace where our money is going. We must know the student residents that are housing our student. There must be a currently existing contract in between NSFAS and the landlord or the owner of those student accommodation, so that you see this particular disagreement in between the student and the landlord when it comes to delay of NSFAS. Because many of our students, when there's a delay, they found themselves on the street, because the landlord, the only language they understand that when you pay on the 25th, you pay on the 25th. Whether NSFAS is delay or not delay, it's your problem. But another part is that it would create sustainability and development to our student accommodation, because the moment this particular landlord have a contract with NSFAS, they can be able to develop their properties, and so that they are able to house more and more students, because they have a lasting contract of housing our students. But the moment they rely on month-to-month agreement with the student, it's not a sustainable agreement in between them, such that they can't develop and make other progressive future plans, because they rely on a month-to-month agreement with those particular landlords. But I'm happy that you are here now, because it's part of saying, how do we come together, DHET, NSFAS, service providers, small and large-scale property development, to say, how do we come together to ensure that we strengthen this particular partnership, this stakeholder agreement, so that we are able to provide a conducive student accommodation, because all of us need to partake in this particular initiative to ensure that our students are housed in a conducive environment, and everyone partakes and understands the vision that we are trying to build to ensure that our students are accommodated in a conducive student accommodation. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Mr. Kumalo. I particularly like the part of a contract between NSFAS and the student accommodation provider to eliminate the hassles that the students need to go through. Thank you so much for that input. I would like to move on to ask now the DDG of TVET colleges. Mr. Kumalo has just elaborated and highlighted to us the challenges that are faced by the students from TVET colleges. So from your office, Mr. Zungu, what do you see as the challenges, not from a student perspective now, that you are facing around this topic of student accommodation from the TVET colleges?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me observe the protocols. I don't know how much time you have for me, because if I have to start, engaging on these challenges, I might need a day. I hope we have enough time. But let me just be brief. I think it's good to give context and a little bit of background of where the TVET colleges are coming from, and the issues of infrastructure backlog, issues of funding, and so forth. If we go back to the process, 1994, the then Minister of Education, Professor Pengu, being succeeded by Professor Kada Asmal, around 1999, if I'm not mistaken. Now, 1999, the commencement, in fact, it commenced towards the end of 1998. The measure of 152 then technical colleges into 50 FET colleges. And subsequent to that, government has to look for resources so that there's a bit of balance in terms of the colleges that were in the urban areas, those that were in the peri-urban, and those that were in the rural areas, so that there is parity in terms of addressing the infrastructure backlog, which then culminated into what was called the recapitalization of TVET colleges. The recap, when it was finally approved, at the tune of just about 1.9 billion for all 50 TVET colleges. You can then try and quantify, because this amount was equally distributed amongst the 50 TVET colleges, just to see how much each college received in terms of this. But then the mandate changed in 2007 when recap has to happen. We then have a new program that we have to introduce, which is known as the National Certificate Vocational, that commenced in 2007. So in 2006, we then had to change in terms of addressing the infrastructure backlog with that 1.9 billion. The focus had to now shift towards the rollout of NCV, which is capital intensive. It required that colleges build new workshops, build simulation, and new classrooms to accommodate the NCV. That backlog was then not addressed in terms of the infrastructure, let alone the issues of student accommodation, because ordinarily the structure and the nature of TVET colleges were designed as technical colleges that would have accommodated people that were already employed. So they will come for block release to colleges to get the theory part, and then they go back to industry. Engineering is 3 months, business studies is 6 months. Now, we are faced with a huge infrastructure backlog in terms of your ordinary teaching and learning facilities, as well as accommodation is even worse. The recent figures in terms of, I know DG doesn't like us to reduce this thing to number of beds, but if I may just give the number of beds, DG, if you allow. We're sitting at just about 14,000 number of beds on a total student population of just about 510. Those that do mathematics will say it's just about 2.7% of the student or number of beds that we have in the TVET colleges. This is on the backdrop of us having to try to work towards the National Development Plan targets, which is projecting that by 2030 we should be sitting at about 2.5 million students enrolled in TVET colleges versus 1.6 million in the universities. So if we have to move on that trajectory, you can see that we are going to be faced with a huge challenge, as the president of SAVESA has already highlighted, that there seems to be an increasing number of demand in terms of student accommodation, where colleges don't have. I think these beds that I'm counting belong to those colleges that inherited what was called the teacher training colleges because they were designed to accommodate and train teachers. But ordinarily, TVET colleges or technical colleges don't have accommodation. So it's one of the challenges. The second one, as I'm concluding on this point, the issue of ownership of these properties, which make it difficult for any investor to develop further, because if you don't have proof of ownership, there's no one that can invest in that property. Most of these, they will probably happen to belong to public works. Others in the rural settings, they belong under the traditional councils, and as a result, it becomes difficult to further develop those infrastructure in relation to accommodation. So I think perhaps in a nutshell, I think one of the major challenges is that we have a huge infrastructure backlog, but I'm proud to say that the department, in terms of its IEG grant and the construction of the new TVET college campuses, our department is in the verge of addressing some of those challenges. It's not adequate, but there is some positive strides in addressing those challenges. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zungu, for that. Mr. Zungu, can you also just give us your department's view on the 40-60 rule? Is it practical? Is it sustainable? What are your views on it?
I think the President has already answered that, Mr. Kumalo. The 60-40 rule, the split being 60 for transport allowance and the 40 it's for accommodation. As I've already highlighted that there seems to be an increasing demand of accommodation. Ordinarily, TVET campuses should be a doorstep away so that students can access these campuses easily. But we've seen with some of the developments as we're trying as a department to make sure that colleges become more responsive and relevant to the needs of the individuals as well as the community and industry. We have seen that the programs of trying to even niche our campuses or niche our TVET campuses, it requires that students will then move from one village to another village so that they can access. As they do that, they require accommodation. But apart from that, I think the speakers before me have highlighted the importance of, accommodation and why it's important for students to reside in accommodation for their own personal development as well, psychologically and otherwise. Some of them become leaders because they were residing in these, but more so the background where they come from. The majority of our students, as you know, come from very, very poor backgrounds. They might not have a conducive environment. I think the Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mkachwa, highlighted the fact that some of these learners, as they go back home, you are in a space that you can't even open your books, let alone the issues of some of the economic activities that happen. Imagine you live in a house where your neighbor runs a tavern or a shebeen, and you've got to study during that period. And apart from that, there are other things that happen as they travel back home. There is a program that NSFAS assisted us of giving our students laptops or devices. I can tell you the number of students that have been robbed along the way, or those laptops were smashed, grabbed by the thieves because they knew that NSFAS was dishing out laptops to students, so they are vulnerable. But if those students were residing in a student accommodation, that perhaps could not have happened. So the issue of the 60/40, we have reviewed it as a branch and as a department. We can see that there's a huge number of colleges that is not sustainable. During the first term, we are already seeing colleges having depleted their allocation for accommodation. Therefore, they are now entering into transport monies, and therefore it's not sustainable. And I think that's why it called for us to review the 60/40 split and move more towards what the university approach is, because they don't apply the 60/40 rule within the university sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zungu. What is really exciting is that you are saying the challenges that you have mentioned are already being addressed, and are you looking at reviewing the 40/60 rule? Thank you for that. I am now going to move on to the president of the CUT SRC here in Bloemfontein, where we are. Thank you for hosting us. Please talk to us from a student perspective for specifically the CUT University, and in Free State also in general. What are the challenges that the students are facing around student accommodation?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Allow me to say all protocol observed. I just want to highlight some of the issues that we are facing as students and student leadership around Free State, and specifically universities and TVET colleges. So the challenge now, when it's come to accommodation, it's a serious issue, and it still remains the challenge for us, and it's prevent our students from effectively participating on their academics. So right now we need to highlight how we're going to move with the accreditation processes, how do we build more residences that are going to accommodate our students to be able to participate in their academics. Okay, at this point in time, the challenges that we are facing, we have more students that are admitted at.
It's fine.
My voice.
Please continue, sir.
Okay, no, thank you. All right, I want to highlight some of the challenges that we have. We are admitting more students, but we don't have access to accommodation. We have limited accommodations around Bloemfontein, and also including Velkom campus, specifically for CUT. Velkom campus being allocated in the township, it's very difficult to get an accommodation that is conducive for teaching and learning. So now when you come back to Bloemfontein, we have more accommodation that are on the private sector, and the understanding of that is that those students should go and make their own arrangement to get this accommodation or to stay there. But specifically, those accommodations are not created or do not allow them to focus or do not accommodate students only. They also accommodate certain individuals. So another point that I want to raise is that we are first-year students are more at a disadvantage when they come to the university. And being in the position where we don't have more residences that are owned by the institution to accommodate our first years, we find ourselves having to take our first years to private accommodation where there's no enough support for them to understand the environment that they are in. Because the transition from grade 12 to a university can be very challenging. So meaning a first year student that is off campus, staying off campus, and the first year that is staying on the university own residence, is not going to have the same benefits to being exposed to peer mentorship, being guided on how to go about, how do you fit in the environment when you are admitted to the university, how do you go about studying, and how to prepare yourself for examination. So once you go outside, your safety also matters. So our students are not safe around, and their accommodation are far at some point. When they have to come to campus and study, they cannot come because they are far from the campuses. And also transportation support is not provided to them. When you go to certain accommodation that are accredited, there are basic needs that we need, but you will never find them there. For example, some students do not have access to Wi-Fi. Some students do not have full access to electricity. At some point, they have to buy their own electricity when it's run out. And number 3, we don't have forums that represent students that are staying on off-campus residences, but for on-campus residents, we do have forums that represent their matters to the university stakeholders or to the university management. And then we need to establish policies that are going to guide the processes of accreditation around our campus. And we must ensure that we enforce the private sector to ensure that everything that is needed for a student to effectively or to learn or study is made available and accessible for that student. I just want to, the last one that I want to add, I think it's very important for us to make workshops and summits with the landlords, people who are providing these services to our students. Because at some point, you may find out the student is staying on off-campus accommodation and our rental amount is kept at 3.5. But when the student wants to access that accommodation, they have to pay an extra 300 or 500 for them to be able to stay there. So we must at least have summits and ensure that the people who are providing these services understand exactly how do we operate when it's come to NSFAS funded students. So that at some point we don't find ourselves in the position where a student has to use the living allowance to top up or to pay for accommodation, of which is a compromise at the end of the day on the side of our students. And then I have touched on this one to say we need to establish also accreditation process for townships accommodation, especially for campuses like Velcom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bengu. I am hoping that you have chosen topic number 2 that talks about the accreditation process and discussing minimum standards. I can see that you already have 3 punchy solutions there, which for me, the one that stands out is the workshops with the landlords, so that you can also highlight to them the importance of creating a conducive environment. One of the speakers this morning spoke about, it's not just about the infrastructure, it's also about the soft skills, it's also about the environment that the students walk into when they come from the village to the city for the very first time to find a conducive learning environment. Thank you for that. I am now going to move on in the interest of time to our DDG for universities, Dr. Sotlikwa. Dr. Sotlikwa, we have been debating that NSFAS is student-centered. NFSAs want value for the students, and we want to give these students adequate support. And ultimately, we actually want to secure the future for the next generation. Can you please talk to us about the solutions that your department is working on in addressing these issues around student accommodation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really a baptism of fire for me. I'm, I think, 2 months in my job, but I'm enjoying it. Let me start by saying that as a department, we support evidence-based solutions. And so you will hear, I'm sure if you've been listening both to the minister, the deputy minister, the DG, we have been undertaking studies since 2010. The 2010 study was around beds. The 2015 study was looking at incorporating the TVET colleges into the PSET system, and of course in the student housing system at the same time. And in 2021, we developed the policy on the minimum norms and standards. And all of that, we hope, is to add to a comprehensive approach to the challenges that our students and our universities confront. Let me add that we have these multiple layers of engagement. So it's policy at the national level. We have set up a fantastic stakeholder engagement strategy I have a team, I don't want to mention their names, but I know the students know them, who, whenever there is an issue around student housing, they engage directly with the students. And we do that so that we have first-hand information, again linking it to evidence-based decision-making. At another level, of course, we've injected capital and we're matching NSFAS 10 billion thus far into student housing. I want to come to the element of gender-based violence within this beautiful precinct of learning. And I don't want to shy away from it. Minister has established a study, and that study will be concluded this year, on gender-based violence, also within the precinct, within student housing. And we know, I don't need to share with you the anecdotes of what has happened to the girl learner in the past few years. So at that level, we want to ensure that our student housing offers secure living conditions. You cannot learn in an environment of fear, of tyranny. So safety is prime, and if you look at the policy, you will see that we are addressing the issue of enhanced safety, secure learning environment. We're also looking at ensuring that we have sensible contracts. And I want to come back to this, that I think our students have pointed to this, that when you come as a first-year student to the university environment, you have no idea how to manage contracts. And so the landlords will invariably exploit your limited knowledge around contracts. That's unfortunate, because it also tells me that our universities are perhaps not regulating as effectively as they should. So in our policy, we will be looking at those contracts. We would also want to engage the university leadership as much as the landlords on managing these contracts and understanding them. Because I know invariably we give up and we say the lawyers will deal with it, but the lawyers also make money in the process. So we want to protect our students from exploitation in every respect. We'd also want to set up a code of conduct for the landlords as they engage with these students. And as Minister indicated, we cannot run away from the fact that we will pursue private partnerships. But those private partnerships must be regulated properly in the interest of advancing learning, not advancing commercial imperatives. I'd like to make the last point on protection again of assets. Every rand that we put into infrastructure development, into student housing, is precious because it's public funded money. So DG mentioned we were going to track and trace, ensure that we secure value, but we're also going to appeal to our student leadership, to our universities, to protect those assets from a point of view of maintenance, regular maintenance that is, and also from a point of view of avoiding self-destruction. I want to come to my last point, Chair, if you allow me. Our forefathers envisaged a precinct, and I go all the way from Steve Biko to Oliver Tambo, to Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela, I think where they are seeking to see state-of-the-art scholarship happening within our universities. They want to see the rebirth of scientists, of innovators, of entrepreneurs. They want to see excellence. And we are asking our landlords to partner with us in that journey. And I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Sotikwa. I have really listed quite a couple of solutions there that you have mentioned, highlighting for me the code of conduct for the landlords. I can just see how the stakeholders in this room will put their heads together to come up with that code of conduct. In the interest of time, the last person that I am going to address the questions to is our NSFAS board member, Mr. Matiwane. Mr. Matiwane, you have heard the challenges. Some practical solutions have already been tabled. This room is hungry to jump into this and provide you with more solutions so that NSFAS from here can be able to build that legacy and secure the generation for our future generation to come. Can you please talk to us, sir, about how did the board take the position that NFSAs should be involved in addressing student accommodation? We have this summit now because NSFAS wants to be involved. How was that position taken?
1, 2. Okay. Thank you very much, leadership. Firstly, as introduced, my name is Bamanye Matiwane, who happens to be a president of students in South Africa, both universities and colleges, who happens to be appointed to form part of the board of NSFAS, which literally proved beyond doubt that having young people in this board, they bring a reflection of positive attitude. Firstly, before I start, I must dismiss the narrative that seeks to say that I'm handsome. Yeah, I'll explain why I'm dismissing that thing, but not today. So we must know that this is a moment to prioritize the African child. Political power always brings and projects an attitude which brings an idea more than anything else. And ideas must be able to bring about development. And development must project a sustainable solution. Because if really you bring an idea without any sustainable solution, you are literally playing. So, the strategic perspective on transformation speaks about that the strategic objective is to transform society through education. So, I think all of us here, we are here with a clear understanding that we have one mission, the mission of transforming society through education. And speaking about how transformation agenda of the country needs to go,
we can't leave the issue of student accommodation outside. So we then had deliberations as the NSFAS board to say, one, it can't be that each and every year we spend more than 12 billion without even monitoring and evaluating the process. Because we can't only disperse funds, one, to people that would not know if they are really doing the job. We then said, NSFAS, you are irresponsible. You need to form part, engage the department, engage all stakeholders in finding a solution on how do you maintain the issue of accommodating tomorrow. One, you'll get a sense from landlords of saying, it becomes very difficult for us to maintain our residences because there are no sustainable solutions. You are given a year contract through the accreditation process. You don't know if next year you are still going to be accredited. Two, students, they break your things, and yourself, you can't pay electricity because when NSFAS pays an institution, you get your money after 4 months. So it becomes a serious backlog both for the student and the landlord. We then said again, does it make sense for a student who is studying at PE College in Nelson Mandela Bay, who stays in Central, and a student who is a student at Nelson Mandela University in Summerstrand? Both the students, they stay in Central, but that one who is a TVET student, when he or she is supposed to go and sleep, he must go to KwaZakhele. Why can't both these students stay at PSA, which is there in Central, and wake up in the morning and go to different campuses? Why are we treating these students differently? Are they lesser God, or what's happening? We then had to answer those questions. We then said, we are having a national crisis of student accommodation. And literally, universities, they did not have land or they did not have budget. Why can't we engage those who have an interest of developing and assisting students? There is land all over the country. There are people who have money to build, to assist themselves and to assist the community largely. Having students is a very big contribution in terms of economy. One, you bring students, they rent around the area, they bring community engagements, they bring more activities that are benefiting not only students and the landlord, but the surrounding area as well. You speak of Wi-Fi, you speak of transportation, you speak of security, and many other things that are going to happen in a student hub. Take an example how Bramfontein was developed. Take an example how Hartfield was developed. We need to concentrate and have specific student hubs where we know that this is where students are staying. If we identify that in Port Elizabeth, we need to house students around the central area. we developed there, everything for the benefit of students, for them to be able to study and pass. And when they pass, we know that we are contributing to the development of the society largely. Because we are not only doing this thing for our own benefit. We are saying, institutions, we are the landlords, we are the developers, we want to limit the stress on your side. How do we work together, develop a space where there is going to be a conducive environment? Practical example. We went to Kwakwa. The resident there, it's only a bed, there's no toilet, there's no electricity, there's no water, and many other things. There's no Wi-Fi. A student must bring a blanket, must bring money for electricity, must bring money to buy water, and any other things. But that landlord is charging more than 1.8, and that place is equal to 400 rands. So we can't allow such shenanigans to happen. But at the same time, we need to bring about sustainable solutions for landlords. We need to bring about sustainable solutions for universities and students. So I think the reason why today we are here is to engage on those issues. And probably, colleagues, we must be clear that we are not retreating from the approach, but we want you to be part of this process. We're not here to say, if you don't agree, we won't move on. We are going to proceed. Those who want to work with us, we will work with them. But for the benefit of a student and for the benefit of the society largely. Because our interest is to transform this society that we are living in. So I had highlighted some few issues that made us to participate in this issue. That one, we need to monitor and evaluate the process as NSFAS. Two, we need to have an interest on the available land in the country for student accommodation and for developers. Three, we want to intensify our relationship with institutions so that we even limit issues of unnecessary strikes of students who slept outside because they could not pay their rental. So we want to deal with an issue of sustainable solutions with landlords around the issues of payments and so on and so forth. I'm raising this because I'm engaged somewhere by students. They say, President, the issue that we're facing now is that our landlords are switching off water and Wi-Fi. So I asked them a reason why. They say, one landlord explains to me to say, due to COVID-19, bedrooms have tended to be their own classrooms. What do I mean? You wake up, you go and shower, you come back to your room, you study online, you use an Wi-Fi, use water, you use electricity. More expenses for what? For a landlord. And a landlord is still paid that amount of money where you are expected to just allow a child in the morning to wash and go to campus. And universities are no longer paying toilet paper. They are no longer using electricity for lecture rooms. They no longer spend much. But there is no discussion on how do we assist landlords since the politics have changed. So it's a discussion that we must have. How do we assist them? Because students now, they have changed their classrooms or their bedrooms to be their own classrooms. It's an interesting engagement. Why I'm raising it? Because we must be able to assist our students who are there, because when they study there, they need an uncapped Wi-Fi. But if you have a landlord that is still struggling, then it's an issue, and it's a failure to our own students. So, those are the issues that we want to engage on. And how is this thing going to benefit we are bringing sustainable solutions for universities, for the country, landlords and developers. Probably, as time goes, we will have a new discussion on the safety and security. Because really, you can't just say accommodate students and you don't have an interest if you are putting a proper security for them. Engage largely as well on the issue of transportation. Those are long conversations that I think that we'll have to lobby each other. But the interest is for NSFAS to try and work with private developers, to work with the department, to work with the perspective of the National Democratic Revolution. Because the National Democratic Revolution seeks to address fundamental things that has to do with our racial inequality, the gender issue, and the class antagonism largely. So we have that whole interest of fighting the apartheid footprint, fighting for a black child, for a prosperous society. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matiwane. You have really called us to go into our breakaway rooms after lunch and engage on sustainable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for lunch, but we are going to do this in order. Can I just please explain what is going to happen? We are going to exit number 150 people at a time. So please sit still and wait to be ushered. After lunch, kindly proceed to your breakaway room. Remember, I said you should now have your room number with the name of your topic. If you don't know where your breakaway room is, please come back to in front of the main hall. There will be facilitators there that are going to be carrying topics with your breakaway room number, and they will usher you to the correct breakaway room number. So we're going to now proceed to the main hall where people are going to get lunch, and they are going to be ushered there. And the entrance is going to be right here by my side. And from after lunch, please sit still in lunch. You are also then going to be ushered into your breakaway room so that we make the whole movement to be as smooth as possible. Thank you very much from my side.